Chapter 119. Page. So what if they're here? It's impossible for them to get the treasure right under the noses of the 10 great sect, Huahen said coldly. Brother Huahen is right. The Kamikaze Kenbu won't have a share in this ancient ruin. Feng Yin grinned. Feeling the hostility of the 2 great sects, Zhuge Yuan's expression turned serious. He stood on the ground and stared at the stone door in front of him. It's the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake, Xiao Haobo whispered. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake, especially Huahen and Feng Yin. Huahen's strength has reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He's the strongest among them. Feng Yin is slightly weaker, Cheng Fei said. Fang Chen, once we enter the ancient ruin, you must pay attention to Huahen. He's the number 1 disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect. He's tyrannical and violent. If you meet him, you'll most likely be killed by him, Du Gufeng warned. Fang Chen nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. Feng Shueshan had arrived. Strange. Why did Tianyang Mountain only send 1 disciple this time? Feng Yin was a little confused. Could it be that Feng Shueshan broke through to the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Huahen asked suspiciously. Although they were confused, they still greeted Feng Shueshan. After all, he was also a disciple of the 10 great sect. Brother Feng, why did you come alone? Feng Yin asked with a smile. Yes, Brother Feng. Did Tianyang Mountain only send you 2 this time? Huahen asked. Feng Shueshan, who was already angry, became even angrier after hearing their questions. His face was cold as he ignored them. Looking at Feng Shueshan's expression, it seems like something happened. Could it be that he met a powerful demon beast in the Sky River Mountains that killed his disciples? The 2 whispered. Fang Chen glanced at Feng Shueshan. He had also guessed that the disciples of the 10 great sect that the 4 captains had tricked were from Tianyang Mountain. However, he didn't expect that other than Feng Shueshan, all the other disciples had died in battle. You 2 were the first to arrive here. Do you have a way to enter the ancient ruins? Asked Zhuge Yuan. The entrance to the ancient ruins has a layer of membrane. It's very hard and it's a bit difficult to break it. However, when we came here, we investigated clearly. The entrance to the ancient ruins will be at its weakest when the sun is high in the sky. At that time, we will join forces to attack it and we will definitely be able to break the membrane, Feng Yin explained. After all, it was related to how to enter the ancient ruins. Even if Feng Yin hated the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, he must make it clear because they needed the strength of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. It was already afternoon. If he wanted to wait until the scorching sun hung high in the sky, he would have to wait until noon tomorrow. Just as Zhuge Yuan and the others were about to find a place to rest, Feng Shueshan suddenly stepped forward and said, Huahen, did you encounter any demonic beasts on your way here? No, Huahen replied. What about you, Feng Yin? Feng Shueshan asked. Also no. Feng Yin didn't understand and replied. Hearing their replies, Feng Shueshan's gaze turned to the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu. His eyes were filled with an icy qi. For this trip to the ancient ruins, I estimate that only 3 of the 10 great sects have come, said Feng Yin. When I entered the Heavenly River mountain range, I was tricked. The 9 disciples I brought all died at the hands of a cat demon at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. I'm guessing that the person who tricked me must be one of you. Hearing this, Huahen and Feng Yin nodded slightly. No wonder Feng Shueshan had come alone. So he had been tricked. The 2 of them said they didn't encounter any demonic beasts. Then the person who tricked my Heavenly Goose Mountain must be your Kamikaze Kenbu. Feng Shueshan's tone was extremely vile. Feng Shueshan, what proof do you have? Zhuge Yuan frowned and icily asked. When he had seen Feng Shueshan, he had already guessed it. But he couldn't admit it now. If Feng Shueshan learned of it, he would definitely attack them. Just based on the 2 of them saying they didn't encounter any demonic beasts, you suspect my Kamikaze Kenbu. What if I say we also didn't encounter any demonic beasts? Zhuge Yuan's attitude was very unyielding. HMPH, does your kamikaze Kenbu think you can be compared to the 10 great sects? Feng Shueshan walked step by step towards Zhuge Yuan. The kamikaze Kenbu's disciples all stood up when they saw Feng Shueshan walk over. They prepared themselves for battle. Feng Shueshan, don't be unreasonable. If you insist on framing our divine windsword mansion, our divine windsword mansion doesn't mind fighting with you. Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Feng Shueshan's expression was sinister as he looked at Zhuge Yuan. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Hua Hen and Feng Yin. Brother Feng, the most important thing right now is to enter the ancient ruins. If you fight, both sides will be injured. What will you do if you can't open the ancient ruins? Said Hua Hen. That's right. If you want to settle your personal grudges, you can talk about it after entering the ancient ruins, said Feng Yin. Hearing their words, Feng Shueshan weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he chose to take a step back. His gaze was icy. "Mph, you'd best not let me find any evidence. Otherwise, there's no need for you to return to Kamikaze Kenbu. You can just stay in the ancient ruins." After saying that, Feng Shueshan sat down cross-legged on the ground. As for Hua Hen and Feng Yin, they looked at Zhuge Yuan with interest. Fang Chen was calculating inside. Even if Feng Shueshan started a fight with them, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the attitude of the 10 great sects disciples made Fang Chen very unhappy. If they said they didn't, then Feng Shueshan would believe them. But if the Kamikaze Kenbu said they didn't, then he wouldn't believe them. Wasn't that clearly looking down on the Kamikaze Kenbu? Just like that, in this tense atmosphere, time passed by bit. Unknowingly, it was already night time. Stars gradually appeared in the sky one after another. The stars in the sky were constantly blinking. At this time, the crescent moon was also hanging high in the sky. The 3 great sects disciples, as well as the Kamikaze Kenbu's disciples, had all entered a state of rest, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. At night, the Sky River mountain range was very quiet. It seemed that even the demonic beasts had gone to rest. The night passed and dawn finally arrived. After a long wait, time finally stopped at noon. At this time, the scorching sun hung high in the sky and the surrounding air was extremely hot. Time's up. Hua Hen suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the stone door in front of him as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Hua Hen's words, many disciples focused their gazes on the void stone gate. Feng Yin said, "Can we begin?" Just as Feng Yin was speaking, ripples appeared on the void stone gate in front of the vast land. These ripples gradually dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. When these ripples completely dissipated, the thin film finally reached its weakest point. "Everyone, attack the thin film together," Hua Hen roared. In the next moment, under Hua Hen's leadership, all the disciples attacked. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and displayed the Tai diffraction sword. A sword light directly pierced towards the void stone gate. Rumble. As everyone's attacks collided with the void stone gate, a crack suddenly appeared on the thin film. Then, the crack began to expand and finally, the thin film shattered. "It's broken," Hua Hen said. "Let's go in," Feng Yin said in a low voice and led the disciples of the Breeze Lake into the void stone gate. Seeing this, Hua Hen also led his disciples and charged into the cave. Before Feng Shueshan entered, he looked thoughtfully at Zhuge Yuan. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he entered the void stone gate. On the vast land, only the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu were left. "Senior brother Zhuge, let's go in too. Otherwise, the thin film will recover," Xiao Haobo said. In the blink of an eye, the shattered thin film began to slowly recover. Once the thin film recovered, they could no longer enter. "Be careful when you enter," Zhuge Yuan reminded. "Especially Feng Shueshan. Once you meet him, run away immediately. Don't fight with him." Then, under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Fang Chen and the others also entered the ancient ruins. After everyone had entered the ancient ruins, the thin film on the void stone gate was instantly restored. Chapter 120. When he stepped through the void stone door, Fang Chen felt dizzy. It was as if he was in darkness and the world was spinning. In just a moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was no longer shaking. He slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light shone directly into his eyes, causing Fang Chen to unconsciously reach out to block the light. After gradually adapting to the dazzling light, Fang Chen looked around for the others. Is this the ancient ruins? Beside Fang Chen, Du Gufeng asked. Obviously, everyone was already in the ancient ruins. Fang Chen looked around and saw that the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu were all together. The disciples from the other 3 sect had disappeared. They must have been randomly teleported away. This is the ancient ruins. According to the information, this ancient ruins might have been left behind by a Qi High Realm expert. There are many spiritual treasures here, Zhuge Yuan said. Senior Zhuge, what should we do next? Xiao Haobo asked. Zhuge Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have a map here. It's the map to the core of the ancient ruins. Let's go according to the map. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, everyone nodded. After that, Fang Chen and the others quickly walked on the plains. The ancient ruins was a small independent space. It was unknown which almighty expert had fallen here. In short, after Fang Chen entered the ancient ruins, he vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Zhuge Yuan and the other 4 people were moving quickly. They walked out of the plains, over the mountains, through the valleys, and came to a forest. In this forest, there were tall and strong ancient trees. Let's take a rest first, Zhuge Yuan said after looking around and seeing that there was nothing unusual. At this time, in an open space in the ancient ruins, a group of people stood quietly. Brother Feng Yin, how about we make a deal? Feng Shueshan of Tianyang Mountain asked with a smile in his eyes. Oh, what deal? Feng Yin asked. Brother Feng Yin, I want to kill the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu. I need your help. Feng Shueshan said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Shueshan's words, Feng Yin pondered for a moment and immediately asked, what can you give me? As long as your breeze lake can help me kill the 5 people from the Kamikaze Kenbu, when the time comes, I can help Brother Winchant stop Huahen and let Brother Winchant obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins, Feng Shueshan said. Although there was no evidence to prove that the Kamikaze Kenbu was the one who killed the Tianyang Mountain disciples, Feng Shueshan seemed to be convinced from the bottom of his heart that they were the culprits. Therefore, when they first entered the ancient ruins, Feng Shueshan wanted to launch a fierce attack on Kamikaze Kenbu. Because of Kamikaze Kenbu Zhuge Yuan, Feng Shueshan alone was no match for the 5 of them, so Feng Shueshan came to find Feng Yin to cooperate. Of course, there was also a reason why Feng Shueshan wanted to cooperate with Feng Yin. Feng Yin's temper was better than Huahen's, so cooperation would be easier to succeed. Aren't you afraid of offending Huahen and Flaming Mountain? Feng Yin asked. Looking at Feng Yin's face, Feng Shueshan shook his head slightly and said, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. Huahen's temper is well known. If there were other ways, I would never be his enemy. But now, I must get rid of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself when I return to Tianyang Mountain. Therefore, in order to achieve my goal, I'm willing to do anything. I hope Brother Feng Yin can help. Feng Shueshan said. Feng Yin heard this and finally nodded in agreement. It was not for anything else, but to be able to obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins. After all, every warrior who entered the ancient ruins wanted to obtain the inheritance, but only one person could obtain the highest inheritance. If it was a fair competition, he might not be able to win against Huahen. But with Feng Shueshan's help, his chances were very high. Okay, I promise you. Feng Yin said. Thank you, Brother Feng Yin. Feng Shueshan grinned. Then, Feng Yin took out a communication jade pendant and handed it to Feng Shueshan, saying, if you find the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples, crush the communication jade pendant. I'll rush over immediately. Okay, it's a promise. Feng Shueshan took the jade pendant and left. After Fang Chen and the others rested for a moment, they continued to move forward. However, after they advanced for a distance, they suddenly stopped in their tracks. Because at this moment, on a hill not far from them, there was a bewitching flower, causing them to be extremely shocked. Demon Dragon Flower, it's actually the Demon Dragon Flower. Zhuge Yuan was the first to speak. His voice was full of joy. It's worthy of being an ancient ruins. I didn't expect to get the Demon Dragon Flower just after entering. Cheng Fei smiled. This demonic dragon flower is obviously quite old. Look around it. There are no other weeds on the hill except for the demonic dragon flower. That's enough to show how overbearing the demonic dragon flower is, Xiao Haobo said. That's right. The older the demon dragon flower, the more overbearing its medicinal effect is. Du Gufeng said. Fang Chen's eyes were also filled with shock because no one knew more about the demon dragon flower than him. Back in the Divine Windsword Mansion, when the bloody skeleton was recalling the pill formula of the heavenly soul elixir, it also recalled another type of elixir. This type of elixir was of a higher grade than the heavenly soul elixir. The heavenly soul pill was a high-grade yuan grade pill, and this kind of pill was a top-grade yuan grade pill. Its medicinal effect was countless times stronger than a high-grade yuan grade pill. And the main medicinal herb needed to refine this kind of pill was the demon dragon flower. Back then, the bloody skeleton said that in order to refine the soul-fixing pill, one must have the demon dragon flower. Moreover, the older the demon dragon flower, the stronger the medicinal effect of the soul-fixing pill. However, the bloody skeleton had told Fang Chen that a long, long time ago, the demon dragon flower had existed on the ancient sword continent. But now, the demon dragon flower had long since disappeared and could not be found. Even in the underground black market, there was a price but no supply. And now, just as they entered the ancient ruins, they found more than one demon dragon flower. 3 demon dragon flowers. Fang Chen was very excited. Senior brother Zhuge, what do we do? Cheng Fei asked excitedly. Let's take it first, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan tiptoed and carefully appeared in front of the hill. Looking at the demon dragon flower, he reached out his hand and grasped it. But just as Zhuge Yuan's hand touched the demon dragon flower, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a beastly roar could be heard. Roar. From behind the hill, a demonic beast suddenly appeared. This demonic beast's strength was at least at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhuge Yuan's body was sent flying. Not good. Fang Chen shouted. Holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand, he immediately used the Tai diffraction sword. Sword light filled the sky and pierced towards the demonic beast. Let's attack together and kill him, Cheng Fei and the others shouted as they unleashed their strongest attacks. Bang bang bang. The 5 of them instantly clashed with the demonic beast. The scene was spectacular. At this moment, Feng Shueshan had just entered the forest. He was racking his brains to find Fang Chen and the others. But after searching for a long time, he still could not find them. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to rest, he suddenly heard the roar of a beast. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a short while, Feng Shueshan arrived at the source of the roar. It was at this moment that Fang Chen and the others killed the demonic beast with all their might. The moment the demonic beast fell, Feng Shueshan discovered Fang Chen and the others. It's you guys. Feng Shueshan's face was filled with anger. A communication jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he gently crushed it. On the battlefield, Fang Chen and the others looked at the demonic beast that had lost its life. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. Senior brother Zhuge, are you all right? Cheng Fei asked. I'm fine. Quickly collect the demonic dragon flower, Zhuge Yuan said. But just as Zhuge Yuan was about to collect the demonic dragon flower, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Stop. Feng Shueshan had originally planned to wait for the Breeze Lake disciples to arrive before revealing himself. But when he discovered the demonic dragon flower, he was extremely agitated. He was afraid that Zhuge Yuan would take it away. Therefore, Feng Shueshan took the initiative to walk out from his hiding place. Feng Shueshan, Zhuge Yuan said when he saw Feng Shueshan. You want to take the demonic dragon flower for yourselves? Feng Shueshan asked with narrowed eyes. Feng Shueshan, what do you mean? This demonic dragon flower was discovered by us in the first place. What do you mean by taking it for yourselves? Xiao Haobo was a bit dissatisfied. Feng Shueshan laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Haobo's words. The things inside are ownerless in the first place. Those who are fated will obtain them. Who told you that this demonic dragon flower belongs to you? I, Feng Shueshan, also want the demonic dragon flower. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. After all, you were the ones who discovered it. Give me a price. Feng Shueshan's words caused Fang Chen and the others to frown. This Feng Shueshan was clearly aiming for the demonic dragon flower. Sorry, we're not selling the demonic dragon flower. Fang Chen took a step forward and walked to the side of the hill. With a grab of his hand, the 3 demonic dragon flowers were directly collected into his spatial ring. Feng Shueshan was infuriated. Brat, I'm talking to Zhuge Yuan. Who are you to interrupt? Fang Chen's words are my words, said Zhuge Yuan. It seems you don't plan on giving the demonic dragon flower to me, said Feng Shueshan. So what if we do? Asked Fang Chen. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious. Chapter 121. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, I'm not late, am I? Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Feng Yin from the Breeze Lake. Feng Yin, Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice after seeing Feng Yin. The appearance of Feng Yin and the others had changed the situation. Originally, the kamikaze Kenbu had the absolute advantage, but the appearance of Feng Yin and the others had put them at a disadvantage. Brother Feng Yin, you're not late. Feng Shueshan grinned. Brother Feng Yin, I found 3 demonic dragon flowers. I originally wanted to give them to you, but they were snatched away. What do you think we should do? Feng Shueshan, you're slandering us. Xiao Haobo said angrily. Hearing the 3 words, Feng Yin's face slightly changed. He immediately asked, Brother Feng, is what you said true? They took away the demonic dragon flowers? Yes, it's true. Moreover, it seems to be from a very long time ago, Feng Shueshan said. Feng Yin nodded, then turned to look at Zhuge Yuan and said, Are you going to take the initiative to take out the demonic dragon flowers, or do you want me to do it myself? Feng Yin, don't go too far, Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. We found the demonic dragon flowers first. They should be ours. It's impossible for you to snatch them away, Dugu Feng said. Fang Chen sighed softly. It seemed that a huge battle was unavoidable. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, the kamikaze Kenbu, am not to be trifled with, Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a ferocious smile emerged on Feng Shueshan's face. He looked at Feng Yin and grinned. Brother Feng Yin, I'll deal with Zhuge Yuan. How about I leave the rest to you? No problem, Feng Yin said. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, Feng Shueshan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuge Yuan like a ghost. He clenched his fist, gathered all the strength in his body on his fist, and attacked Zhuge Yuan directly. You're courting death. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan sneered. A long sword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his foot and displayed an overbearing sword technique. While Zhuge Yuan and Feng Shueshan were fighting, Feng Yin and the others also began to attack Fang Chen and the others. Kill them for me, Feng Yin said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Yin's order, all the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake launched a fierce attack. Tai Diffraction Sword. At this moment, Fang Chen also displayed the Tai Diffraction Sword, and then burst out with his strongest power. The combination of the Hidden Dragon Sword and the Tai Diffraction Sword was too powerful. Wherever the sword light passed, the disciples at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm died instantly. In just the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had killed 2 disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake. This scene made Feng Yin's face turn completely solemn. Feng Yin thought that killing the 4 weak disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu did not require him to take action, but when he found out that Fang Chen had unscrupulously killed 2 disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake, he was completely enraged. You're courting death. Feng Yin was enraged. A folding fan appeared in his hand. With a tap of his foot, his body leaped into the air. In the next moment, Countless rays of light shot out from the folding fan in his hand. These rays of light contained a strong killing intent, and they directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! Fang Chen, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sensed danger approaching. He blocked with the hidden dragon sword in front of his chest. The rays of light from the folding fan all collided with the hidden dragon sword, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. High-grade Yuan soldier. Seeing that his attacks were all blocked by Fang Chen, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He immediately said, "I've taken a fancy to your high-grade Yuan soldier." After Feng Yin finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical power and fought fiercely with Fang Chen. Fang Chen relied on the power of the Tai diffraction sword to fight fiercely with Feng Yin. For a while, Feng Yin was unable to gain the upper hand. Damn it, this kid's cultivation is only at the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. Why is he so strong? Feng Yin said in a low voice as he fought. At the same time, on the other side, the battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Xueshan had also entered a white-hot stage. Zhuge Yuan's cultivation was the same as Feng Xueshan's, at the peak of the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, although the battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, it was difficult to determine the victor. Zhuge Yuan, this time you will definitely die. None of your kamikaze Kenbu disciples can stop Brother Feng Yin's attack. Feng Xueshan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sneered. "Chimph, we still don't know who will win." After Zhuge Yuan finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical battle strength. In addition to these two battles, some of the other disciples were also completely tangled up in a chaotic battle. Although Cheng Fei and the other two were strong, they were unable to withstand the opponent's numbers. As time passed, the three of them were gradually at a disadvantage. Bang bang bang! After a series of collisions, Fatty Xiao Haobo was hit by the combined attacks of several Breeze Lake disciples, and his body was sent flying. Seeing that the Fatty was about to be killed by the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake, at this critical moment, Fang Chen took advantage of the battle with Feng Yin and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the Fatty Xiao Haobo. Using the Tai diffraction sword, the sword light flashed. With a swoosh, the two Breeze Lake disciples who wanted to kill Fatty Xiao were instantly killed by Fang Chen. "Kid, you're courting death." Seeing this, Feng Yin roared angrily and directly attacked Fang Chen. The battle here was so loud that it directly caused the entire forest of demonic beasts to be shaken. Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, all of a sudden, a furious roar was heard. "Not good, it's a demonic beast." Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan cried out involuntarily. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice fell, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly rushed towards them. A demonic beast at the ninth realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Xueshan, who was in the middle of a battle, suddenly felt this aura and his face changed drastically. Damn it! Feng Xueshan couldn't help but curse. Feng Yin and he looked at each other. The two seemed to have thought of something and joined forces to use their most powerful attack. In an instant, Feng Xueshan and Feng Yin had forced Zhuge Yuan and the others into the depths of the forest. "Go!" Sensing that the monstrous aura was getting closer and closer, Feng Xueshan roared and quickly retreated with the Breeze Lake disciples. "Want to leave?" Seeing this, Fang Chen used the Tai diffraction sword. The sword light crisscrossed and killed two Breeze Lake disciples. "I won't let you go," Feng Yin roared angrily. In an instant, Feng Yin and Feng Xueshan disappeared. Fang Chen and the others' faces changed slightly. Being forced here by Feng Yin and the others, they were infinitely close to the demonic beast. Suddenly, Fang Chen shouted, "Senior brother Zhuge, you all must leave quickly. No, this demonic beast is too strong. Once we leave, you'll definitely die," Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. "If you don't leave, you'll also die," Fang Chen said. "Fang Chen, we want to fight side by side with you," Fatty Xiao Haobo said. The other two were also unwilling to leave alone. Time was running out. Fang Chen said directly, "Quickly leave. I have a way to escape. Let's go." Hearing Fang Chen's shout, Zhuge Yuan glanced at Fang Chen and said, "Let's go." Then, Zhuge Yuan and the others instantly left. The moment Zhuge Yuan and the other three left, the demonic beast with a strong aura appeared before Fang Chen. This demonic beast had 2 heads and its body was as big as a hill. Fang Chen couldn't even see its feet. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. Although he was shocked, Fang Chen didn't forget to release the bloody skeleton and the others. Crash! As soon as the bloody skeleton and the other 3 appeared, they set up a formation to trap the demonic beast. Rumble! The demonic beast found itself trapped in the formation and kept waving its fists, trying to break the formation. Master, leave quickly. This demonic beast is too strong. Our formation can't resist it, the bloody skeleton said hurriedly. Fang Chen didn't think too much and fled. Not long after Fang Chen fled, there was a loud boom as the grand array shattered. The bloody skeleton and the other 3 were instantly sent flying. Roar! A furious roar sounded. The next moment, the demonic beast grabbed the 4 of them and tore them apart. Crack! The bodies of the bloody skeleton and the other 3 instantly shattered and lost their vitality. The demonic beast left the 4 corpses and quickly rushed into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, it could be a day or 2. Anyway, it was a long time. Suddenly, 4 balls of soul light appeared faintly in this open space. The moment these 4 balls of soul light appeared, the surrounding air froze. Damn it, we were actually controlled by a human martial artist. This is a disgrace, one of the balls of soul light roared angrily. If it weren't for this demonic beast's tyrannical strength, destroying our bodies and scattering the soul seeds in our minds, we wouldn't have been able to regain our freedom. We must take revenge. Yes, we have to find a human martial artist as soon as possible and seize his body. The 4 of them reached an agreement in an instant and then began to look for a human martial artist. After successfully seizing his body, they would take revenge on Fang Chen. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know all of this. In a certain open space, Feng Xueshan looked at the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. In this fierce battle, the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake suffered heavy losses, which made Feng Yin very angry. Damn it! A mere kamikaze Kenbu dares to kill the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. Feng Yin roared angrily. Brother Feng Yin, we all underestimated the kamikaze Kenbu. Especially the disciple who fought with you. His cultivation is clearly at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, but his true strength is comparable to yours. I'm guessing that Zhuge Yuan is just a cover. This time, the kamikaze Kenbu sent their disciples here to let that disciple gain experience, Feng Xueshan said faintly. No matter what, I want them dead, Feng Yin said in a low voice. Chapter 122. 3 days later, Fang Chen came out of the mysterious forest. Phew, I'm finally out. I wonder how Zhuge Yuan and the others are doing. Fang Chen looked back at the forest where he almost lost his life and sighed. I guess Zhuge Yuan and the others have escaped. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said. Then, Fang Chen continued to move forward. The ancient ruins were very vast. He had just entered and he had already obtained the demonic dragon flower. Perhaps there were more important things inside. Let's go. Fang Chen said and quickly moved forward. Fang Chen moved forward quickly in the ancient ruins. From time to time, he would encounter some demonic beasts, but none of them were a match for Fang Chen. As time passed, Fang Chen felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to break through. He needed to find an opportunity. One day, Fang Chen came to a mountain peak. Of course, Fang Chen was attracted by a strange aura. This mountain peak was very hidden. If Fang Chen had not happened to pass by, he would not have discovered the mountain peak. When Fang Chen stepped on the mountain peak, his expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that there was a stream on the mountain peak. The stream faintly emitted a strange aura. Fang Chen carefully observed the stream water. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Soon after, he exclaimed, "Body refining paste." The stream was not big. It could only accommodate one warrior. However, this was not an ordinary stream. It was the legendary body refining paste. In ancient times, there was a magical water called body refining paste. Although it was called body refining paste, Its shape was indeed water. It was said that warriors who soaked in the body refining paste could strengthen their physical body. However, as time passed, the body refining paste was gradually lost in the ancient sword continent. No one knew that there was actually a body refining paste in this ancient ruin. It's really a body refining paste. Fang Chen was very excited. The strength of his physical body could only be considered bronze body. If he could soak in the body refining paste, he would definitely be able to evolve from bronze body to silver body. If his body became stronger, so would his strength. He might even be able to break through the shackles and reach the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm. But why is this body refining paste so special? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the water was rippling with traces of a grey aura. This grey aura seemed to be blocking the aura of the body refining paste. Could it be that after the passage of time, this body refining paste has lost its effectiveness? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it and plunged into the body refining paste. When Fang Chen drilled into the body refining paste, all the pores on his body instantly opened. Drops of body refining paste directly drilled into Fang Chen's body. After a moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. The body refining paste wanted to drill into his pores, but the grey aura in the water seemed to be blocking it. What is this grey aura? Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Fang Chen's foot found that there was something in the body refining paste that tripped his foot. He looked down and was shocked to find that there were several white bones in the body refining paste. White bones, Fang Chen said. Could it be that these warriors also wanted to absorb the body refining paste and ended up dying here? Fang Chen's mind quickly pondered. At this moment, the grey aura in the water suddenly began to drill into his body. When the grey aura drilled into his body, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. What's going on? Fang Chen said in shock. He tried to circulate the spirit qi in his true core, trying to expel the grey aura, but it was no use. Hiss hiss hiss, the grey aura was eroding Fang Chen's body. I must stop it, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. When the greyish aura reached the heart, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Melodious sounds came from the golden heart one after another. In the next moment, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the greyish aura. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the grey aura in Fang Chen's body was completely absorbed by the golden heart. The golden heart seemed unwilling to give up and continued to absorb the grey aura in the body refining paste. At this moment, the grey aura in the body refining paste seemed to feel a trace of danger and kept moving away from Fang Chen. The golden heart can absorb the grey aura. Fang Chen smiled when he saw this scene. Just like this, after a quarter of an hour of absorption, the greyish aura within the body refining paste finally disappeared completely. At this moment, the true appearance of the body refining paste was exposed to Fang Chen. The color of the body refining paste was blue, and there were ripples in the blue water. There wasn't a trace of the grey aura, and the body refining paste seemed very sacred. Hiss! At this moment, Fang Chen's golden heart gradually slowed down and finally returned to its original state. At this moment, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that there was a dark aura around the golden heart. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sighed when he saw this dark aura. Then, spirit qi surged out of his true core and directly swallowed this dark aura. The grey aura from before was the resentment of the cultivators who had died in the body refining paste. It had turned into a grey aura that hadn't dissipated for a long time. After being absorbed by the golden heart, it was thoroughly purified and then swallowed by the spirit qi. If I didn't have the golden heart, I wouldn't have been able to safely absorb the body refining paste. Fang Chen felt a wave of fear, but he also felt the tyrannical power of the golden heart. In the following time, Fang Chen began to absorb the body refining paste to refine his body. Time passed bit by bit, and the body refining paste continued to enter Fang Chen's body, refining Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was immersed in the body refining paste for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen finally couldn't absorb the body refining paste anymore. At this moment, The blue color of the body-tempering ointment was mixed with some black. Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he jumped onto the mountain peak. As expected of the body-refining paste. I feel that my body has strengthened several times. Fang Chen sighed. He was confident that he could enter the body-refining tower again and enter the 7th level or even higher. Of course, the most important thing now was to look for opportunities. As for the body-refining tower, he would think about it later. It's a pity that I can't take the body-refining paste away. Otherwise, I would be able to soak in it for a while. Fang Chen grinned. However, just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Soon after, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen cried out. After such a long time, he was finally going to break through. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to break through. Rumble. In the sky, thunder roared. Wild spiritual chi formed a spiritual chi vortex above Fang Chen's head. In the middle of the spiritual chi vortex, a cylinder instantly drilled into Fang Chen's head. Hiss. In Fang Chen's dantian, the true nucleus was wildly absorbing the spiritual chi that entered his body. The 3rd realm to the 4th realm of the chi transformation realm was a hurdle. Some warriors were stuck at this hurdle for a long time and couldn't cross it. Even for Fang Chen, it had taken him a very long time to achieve a breakthrough. After an hour, the spiritual chi in the true nucleus reached a state of saturation. The spiritual chi vortex above Fang Chen's head also gradually dissipated. Catcher. As a cracking sound was heard from the true core, Fang Chen's face broke into a wide grin. I broke through, Fang Chen said, puzzled. After that, Fang Chen began to inspect his body. The moment he broke through to the 4th realm of the chi transformation realm, Fang Chen felt that his entire body was filled with power. Most importantly, the true nucleus's space had become much larger. The spiritual chi stored in it had more than doubled compared to when he was at the 3rd realm of the chi transformation realm. I've finally broken through to the 4th realm of the chi transformation realm. Fang Chen grinned. If he met Feng Yin now, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Fang Chen knew that the reason why he was able to break through so easily this time had a lot to do with the body refining paste. After adjusting his body slightly, Fang Chen descended from the mountain peak and prepared to leave. Someone is breaking through up ahead. Feng Xueshan, who was walking, suddenly sensed a strange movement in front of him. Could it be a disciple of the Kamikaze Kenbu? Feng Xueshan's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Feng Xueshan appeared at the foot of the mountain peak. At this time, Fang Chen had just finished his breakthrough and walked down the mountain peak. When Feng Xueshan saw Fang Chen, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he said sinisterly, "Kid, it's you." Feng Xueshan. Fang Chen also noticed Feng Xueshan, but there was no trace of panic on his face. "Kid, it's your bad luck to have met me," Feng Xueshan said sinisterly. "Today, I will kill you." Feng Xueshan, do you think you can kill me? Fang Chen asked back. After breaking through to the 4th realm of the Chi transformation realm, Fang Chen was very confident in his own strength. With Feng Xueshan's cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill him. That strange movement just now must have been because you were breaking through. But even if you broke through, you are still only a 4th realm martial artist. I don't understand, who gave you such courage? Feng Xueshan sneered. Feng Xueshan had repeatedly tried to kill a disciple of the Kamikaze Kenbu. He was even willing to cooperate with Feng Yin, which made Fang Chen want to kill him. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Today, one of us will die here. But I'm sorry, the person who will die will not be me, but you, Fang Chen said calmly. Chapter 123. Feng Xueshan wanted to kill Fang Chen, and the latter naturally wanted to kill him as well. Both of them had their own thoughts as they stared at each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Xueshan's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, dense spiritual energy surged out from his body. The peak of the 6th realm of the Chi transformation realm? Fang Chen's eyes burned with passion. This was his first battle after advancing to the 4th realm of the Chi transformation realm. He also wanted to see how strong his true combat power was. leaving traces of a wild goose palm. Following Feng Shueshan's roar, spots of silver light appeared on both of his palms. The silver light gradually increased until it covered both of his palms. The leaving traces of a wild goose palm was one of the secret techniques of Tianyang Mountain. Although it was only a second-grade technique, this palm technique was considered one of the top techniques among second-grade techniques. Feng Shueshan immediately executed the wild goose leaving traces palm the moment he made his move. One could imagine just how heavy his killing intent towards Fang Chen was. Rumble. When Feng Shueshan attacked with both palms, the silver light that covered both of his palms suddenly floated in the air. Immediately after, the silver light turned into two virtual palms. As soon as these two virtual palm shadows appeared, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. Kid, you should be proud to die under my leaving traces of a wild goose palm, Feng Shueshan growled as he attacked with both palms. Seeing the two palms shooting towards him from the sky, Fang Chen's expression gradually turned serious. Tai Diffraction Sword, Level 7. He suddenly took out the Hidden Dragon Sword and used the Level 7 of the Tai Diffraction Sword with ease. At this moment, Fang Chen used the Tai Diffraction Sword with extreme power. Boom! While Feng Shueshan was still in shock, the Tai Diffraction Sword ruthlessly collided with both of his palms. In the sky, there was a loud explosion. In the next moment, the palms were pierced by the Tai Diffraction Sword. A powerful wave swept across the entire ground. Seeing this, Feng Shueshan quickly retreated. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Feng Shueshan tried his best to stabilize himself as he cried out. Not long ago, when he joined forces with Feng Yin to encircle and annihilate the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen's strength was not so strong. He did not expect that only a few days had passed. Even if he broke through to the fourth tier of the Qi transformation realm, he still can't be this powerful. It had only been a short exchange, but Feng Shueshan's face was filled with shock. Fang Chen, who had broken through to the fourth tier of the Qi transformation realm, had truly exceeded his expectations. I don't believe that you can withstand my wild goose leaving scars palm. Feng Shueshan gradually regained his composure and roared. In the next instant, Feng Shueshan executed the wild goose leaving scars palm again. However, the palm shadow this time was countless times more powerful than the previous one. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said, although the wild goose leaving scars palm is exquisite, it's still a little lacking compared to the Tai Diffraction Sword. The incomplete Tai Diffraction Sword was already a first-tier technique. The complete Tai Diffraction Sword was comparable to a second-tier technique. Therefore, in terms of techniques, Fang Chen did not fear the wild goose leaving scars palm of Tianyang Mountain. After breaking through to the fourth tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen felt that his strength had increased in all aspects, especially his understanding of the way of the sword. At this moment, seeing that Feng Shueshan had executed the strongest wild goose leaving scars palm, Fang Chen did not hold back anymore. He activated his sword force and integrated it into the Tai Diffraction Sword. The spiritual qi of the true core instantly flowed into the Hidden Dragon Sword. Buzz! The Hidden Dragon Sword received a powerful force, and a sword hum sounded from the blade. Let's end this. Fang Chen roared, and the Tai Diffraction Sword was executed once again. In the sky, countless rays of sword light appeared, and these rays of sword light collided with Feng Shueshan's two palm shadows. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and in the sky, the two collided, causing intense sparks to fly. Below, Feng Shueshan pushed off the ground and leaped towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen stabbed out with the Hidden Dragon Sword in his hand. Wild goose leaving scars palm. Feng Shueshan roared, and his palms shook violently. A silver light flashed, and in an instant, Feng Shueshan's palms were like iron pliers, tightly gripping Fang Chen's Hidden Dragon Sword. Feng Shueshan's palms gripped Fang Chen's Hidden Dragon Sword, and a smile appeared on his face as he said coldly, "A mere weapon wants to hurt me? What a delusion. Is that so?" Fang Chen asked in return. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to retort, his face suddenly changed. He felt a sharp pain in his palms. Crash! A ray of sword light flashed, and Feng Shueshan let out a miserable cry. 2 streams of blood instantly gushed out from his wrists. Ah! Following Feng Shuashan's miserable cry, his palms had already been chopped off by Fang Chen, and they fell to the ground. My palms, my palms. Feng Shuashan saw that his palms had been chopped off by Fang Chen, and his heart was filled with fear as he cried out loudly. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand as he walked step by step towards the panicking Feng Shuashan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain, so Feng Shuashan had to die. Ah! You dare to chop off my hands? Wild Goose Mountain won't let you off. Feng Shuashan saw Fang Chen walking over, and he retreated while roaring furiously. The prerequisite is that you can return to Wild Goose Mountain alive. Fang Chen sneered and said, unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Crack! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed into Feng Shuashan's head without hesitation. With a bang, Feng Shuashan's body slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with everlasting regret. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to easily kill Fang Chen. He hadn't expected that in the end, he would be killed by Fang Chen instead. Wild Goose Mountain's #1 outer sect disciple had died in the ancient ruins just like that. At this point, all the disciples from Wild Goose Mountain that had come to the ancient ruins had been wiped out. After killing Feng Shuashan, Fang Chen picked up Feng Shuashan's spatial ring and turned to leave. After that, Fang Chen found a safe place and began to search through Feng Shuashan's spatial ring. Wild Goose Mountain's #1 outer sect disciple should have some things in his spatial ring. Fang Chen stood on top of a stone as he inspected Feng Shuashan's spatial ring. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that there were some spiritual stones in Feng Shuashan's spatial ring. Of course, these spiritual stones were just a drop in the ocean for Fang Chen. They weren't worth his attention at all. After that, Fang Chen discovered some spiritual herbs in Feng Shuashan's spatial ring. However, these things could basically be bought on the market. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze locked onto a book. Wild Goose Leaving Scar's Palm, Fang Chen said when he saw the words on the book. The Wild Goose Leaving Scar's Palm was a grade 2 cultivation technique. When cultivated to the Great Perfection realm, its power would be extremely tyrannical. Feng Shuashan had only learned a little bit of it. As a Grand Outer Sect disciple of Wild Goose Mountain, only this cultivation technique isn't bad. The others are all trash, Fang Chen couldn't help but say. After that, Fang Chen placed the items in Feng Shuashan's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. I wonder where senior apprentice brother Zhuge Yuan is, Fang Chen said softly. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were walking quickly on an empty piece of land in the ancient remains. In the distance, there were disciples of the Breeze Lake. Zhuge Yuan, you won't be able to escape, Feng Yin roared as he chased. After a while, the disciples of Breeze Lake caught up to Zhuge Yuan's group. Ever since Feng Yin had left with Feng Shuashan, he had been leading the disciples of Breeze Lake to search for opportunities all over the place. Coincidentally, they had met Zhuge Yuan's group of 4 here. Feng Yin, do you really want to make things difficult for my kamikaze Kenbu? Zhuge Yuan asked gravely. Zhuge Yuan, your kamikaze Kenbu disciples killed my Breeze Lake disciples. How can I not take revenge for this? Feng Yin's expression was ice cold. If you hadn't joined forces with Feng Shuashan to destroy my kamikaze Kenbu, how could such a thing have happened? Page, there's no point in saying more. I'm going to take your dog life, said Feng Yin furiously. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, he attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Zhuge Yuan. The 2 instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin's cultivation were on par, and their strength was also on par. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Feng Yin to kill Zhuge Yuan. If it had been at the beginning, Breeze Lake might have been able to destroy kamikaze Kenbu with their advantage in numbers. However, after a round of baptism, many disciples of Breeze Lake had died. The current Breeze Lake had no advantage over kamikaze Kenbu. Bang bang bang! The fierce battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin was very chaotic. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yin suddenly stopped attacking and looked coldly at Zhuge Yuan. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. As long as I don't die, You won't be able to destroy Kamikaze Kenbu, said Zhuge Yuan. Don't be complacent, Zhuge Yuan. When I join forces with Flaming Mountain's Huahen, you'll definitely die, said Feng Yin coldly. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. If we continue fighting, we won't be able to determine the winner. Why don't we just call it quits? After all, we entered the ancient ruins for the inheritance. Once we get the inheritance, we'll compete, said Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan didn't want to be entangled with Feng Yin. Once the battle dragged on, either Feng Shueshan or Huahen would be able to kill them. Zhuge Yuan, you're lucky this time. The day I get the inheritance will be the day you die, said Feng Yin coldly. There wouldn't be any outcome if they continued fighting. Feng Yin didn't want to waste any more time. Their goal was the highest inheritance in the ancient ruins. As long as he got the inheritance, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Zhuge Yuan and the others. Let's go. After Feng Yin finished speaking, he turned and left with the disciples of Breeze Lake. The moment Feng Yin left, the ancient ruins suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? The violent trembling made Zhuge Yuan and the others' faces change. They looked around and didn't find any danger. Dawn. As the earth trembled, countless dazzling lights appeared in the sky. Rumble. The earth only trembled for a moment before stopping. The moment the earth stopped trembling, the dazzling light in the sky became even more vigorous. Chapter 124. The palace that was suspended in the sky was surrounded by intense flames. In an instant, an aura that caused one to tremble appeared in the ancient ruins. That's... Zhuge Yuan's eyes flickered as he stared at the flame palace in the sky. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Let's go." Then, Zhuge Yuan led the other three and quickly rushed to the center of the ancient ruin. Zhuge Yuan wasn't the only one who saw it. All the warriors in the ancient ruin saw the flame palace floating in the sky. The appearance of this flame palace was too sudden, causing all the warriors to be shocked. The highest inheritance has appeared. Let's go. From time to time, a warrior's shout could be heard. Feng Yin led the disciples of the Breeze Lake and rushed to the flame palace at the fastest speed. Of course, the happiest one was Huahen of the Flaming Mountain. At this time, Huahen's fist was full of flames. With a bang, he killed a monster with a punch. Huahen was about to speak when he suddenly felt the temperature in the air become extremely hot. What's going on? Huahen was puzzled. However, just as Huahen was puzzled, a flame palace suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Huahen's eyes were full of passion. The highest inheritance in the ancient ruin is actually the inheritance of fire. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Huahen was very excited. The cultivation techniques of the Flaming Mountain were related to fire. Their cultivation techniques were overbearing and fierce. At this moment, Huahen was even more excited after seeing the flame palace in the sky. No matter what, I must obtain the highest inheritance. No one can stop me. As Huahen spoke, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Huahen led the disciples of the Flaming Mountain and ran quickly. At the same time, Fang Chen, who had just obtained the wild goose leaving scars palm from Feng Shueshan's interspatial ring, was studying this palm technique. Everyone thought that Fang Chen was only talented in swordsmanship, but what they didn't know was that Fang Chen's talent in martial arts was also very good. Fang Chen majored in swordsmanship, but after obtaining such a palm technique with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to study it. Fang Chen naturally understood that there was no harm in having more skills. Fang Chen recited the chant of the wild goose leaving scars palm in his mind as he continued to study it. Just as Fang Chen was circulating the mnemonic chant of the flying goose mark palm, the golden heart suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that his perception of the flying goose mark palm had deepened considerably. Is this the effect of the golden heart strengthening? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. All this time, Fang Chen thought that the golden heart could only speed up the cultivation of sword arts. He did not expect the golden heart to have an effect on other cultivation techniques as well. Then, Fang Chen tried to practice the wild goose leaving traces palm. After practicing for a while, Fang Chen discovered that although the golden heart could increase the speed of his practice of the scarred goose palm, it was still far slower compared to his practice of swordsmanship. That's not bad, Fang Chen grinned. Fang Chen pondered for a moment as he could not practice the wild goose mark palm in a short period of time. Then, he put the book away. Just as Fang Chen was about to stand up, the ground suddenly trembled and the surrounding temperature became extremely hot. In the next moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that in the sky, there was a flame palace. Is the flame palace the core of the ancient ruins? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he said in a low voice. Before entering the ancient ruins, Fang Chen and the others thought that the ancient ruins was just a place where an ordinary Qi High Realm warrior died. However, after being in the ancient ruins for a few days, Fang Chen gradually discovered that the ancient ruins were not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, when he saw the flame palace in the sky, he was even more shocked. Let's go. Fang Chen did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the flame palace. The moment the flaming palace appeared, all the demonic beasts in the entire ancient ruin prostrated themselves on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. In a forest somewhere, there were 4 silhouettes. Looking at their attire, they were the disciples of the flaming mountain. Damn it, this body is not suitable for me, suddenly, a disciple said in a hoarse voice. Bloody, be content. After we get out, we can find a suitable body, Captain Shoujiao said. That's right. The most important thing now is to find Fang Chen and kill him, Captain Dream Demon said in a low voice. It turned out that after the 4 captains escaped from Fang Chen's control, they walked around the ancient ruins in spirit form. Finally, one day, they found a flaming mountain disciple who was alone. After some scheming, they obtained the 4 bodies as they wished. Let's go. Let's find Fang Chen, Captain Tianhong said. Just as the 4 captains were talking, the flame palace suddenly appeared in the sky. What's going on? The 4 captains felt their bodies trembling. They looked at the sky and saw the flame palace. Damn it, just whose place of death is this? Why does the flame palace's appearance make us feel so terrified? Asked the skeleton in shock. This ancient ruins is not simple, Captain Tianhong said. Let's go, Captain Dream Demon said hurriedly. Then, the 4 captains disappeared into the forest. The flame palace was covered in flames, floating in the sky in the center of the ancient ruins. Below the flame palace, there was a mountain. On top of the mountain, there was a stairway. It seemed like one had to enter the flame palace from the stairway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After an unknown amount of time, someone arrived at the scene. The first to arrive was Captain Wind Chant. When Wind Chant realized that he was the first to arrive, his face was full of smiles. Haha, the highest inheritance is mine. Wind Chant laughed wildly and stepped onto the mountain. Yes, stairway. We can only enter the flame palace from the stairway, Wind Chant said. Then, Feng Yin took a step forward and stood directly on the heaven stairway. Boom. When he stood on the stairway, Wind Chant felt pressure coming from all directions. What a strong repulsive force, Wind Chant said in a low voice. Although the pressure was great, it still could not stop him from moving forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Yin took one step at a time and soon arrived at the central position of the heaven stairway. It was not until half an hour later that Fang Chen was finally unable to move forward. Damn it, why is the pressure on the stairway so great? Wind Chant said in a low voice. At this time, the disciples of the Flaming Mountain also arrived. Wind Chant, you're early, Hua Hen said coldly when he saw Wind Chant. After Hua Hen arrived, he also stepped onto the mountain and walked onto the stairway. The stairway had a total of 99 steps. It did not seem long, but after stepping on the stairway, one knew that it was too difficult to reach the top. After Hua Hen entered the stairway, Zhuge Yuan and the others also arrived. This stairway must be a test, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, Zhuge Yuan looked around and found that Fang Chen was not there. His face changed slightly and he immediately said, "Let's go up first." At this time, Wind Chant had already set foot on the 50th step, but with his strength, he could no longer move forward. Damn it, Wind Chant could not help but curse. Under everyone's gaze, Hua Hen broke out a tyrannical power and went all the way, surpassing Wind Chant in a short while. How is this possible? Wind Chant cried out when he saw this scene. Hua Hen was only slightly stronger than him. How could he surpass him so easily? 50th step, 60th step, 70th step. When Hua Hen reached the 75th step, he finally stopped because he could no longer move forward. The pressure is so great, Hua Hen said in a low voice. His eyes were full of passion as he looked at the flame palace at the top of the stairway. The inheritance is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Then, Hua Hen directly sat cross-legged on the 75th step and began to cultivate. Seeing this scene, Wind Chant also seized the time to cultivate. Zhuge Yuan and the others also stepped on the stairway one after another. Zhuge Yuan's strength was more tyrannical than the others. When he reached the 48th step, he could no longer move forward. Xiao Haobo and the other two basically did not reach the 40th step and could not move forward. Just when everyone was trying to reach the top of the stairway, Fang Chen arrived. Everyone was working hard and they did not notice Fang Chen's arrival at all. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen looked at the stairway at the top of the mountain and raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this stairway testing? Fang Chen knew that this stairway must be a test. In order to enter the Flame Palace, one must pass the test, but he did not know what the test was. Chapter 125. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then stepped onto the stairway to heaven. As soon as he stepped onto the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen felt a tyrannical force coming from all directions, squeezing him. Yes, physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen was slightly startled, then said in a low voice. It turned out that the stairway to heaven was a test of physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen quickly climbed up the stairway to heaven, and soon reached the 40th step. When Fang Chen surpassed Xiao Haobo and the others, it's Fang Chen, he's still alive. Xiao Haobo was the first to see Fang Chen, and cried out involuntarily. Hearing Xiao Haobo's voice, Cheng Fei and Du Gufeng also opened their eyes and looked over, and found that Fang Chen's figure had already appeared on the 40th step. Haha, as expected, Fang Chen is not dead, Cheng Fei said with a smile. Fang Chen is lucky, he won't die, Du Gufeng said with a grin. Fang Chen nodded slightly to them, and then continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chen surpassed Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen, are you all right? Zhuge Yuan was a little shocked when he saw Fang Chen, and asked slightly. I'm fine, Fang Chen said. Then, under Zhuge Yuan's shock, Fang Chen calmly stepped onto the 50th step, and then he surpassed Feng Yin. How is this possible? Feng Yin's face changed when he saw Fang Chen surpass him. His cultivation was obviously low, and his strength was not as good as his, so how could he surpass him so easily? The stairway to heaven was a test of physical strength and martial comprehension. Fang Chen's physical body was naturally needless to say. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's physical body was already strong enough. In addition, he had absorbed a large amount of body refining paste, so his physical body was far more tyrannical than ordinary people. As for martial Dao comprehension, the golden heart was imperceptibly changing Fang Chen's comprehension of martial Dao as time passed. It was even changing Fang Chen's talent. Therefore, after discovering the stairway to heaven test, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Who among them was most likely to reach the top of the stairway to heaven and enter the Flame Palace? There were only two possibilities. One was Hua Hen, and the other was Fang Chen. After Hua Hen rested for a while, he once again charged forward. When he reached his destination, he finally came to a halt. Fang Chen walked up the stairway step by step. Time passed by bit by bit. When Fang Chen reached the 70th floor, he finally felt a little pressure. However, this pressure wasn't enough to stop Fang Chen from advancing. 71, 72, 73, 80. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Fang Chen stepped onto the 80th floor. This scene surprised even Hua Hen. It's him. Hua Hen cried out. Feng Yin and the others were even more shocked. They were on the heaven stairway and naturally knew how difficult the heaven stairway test was. However, they didn't expect that Fang Chen could easily reach the 80th step of the heaven stairway. Fang Chen is really heaven-defying. He actually surpassed Hua Hen. Cheng Fei grinned. From the beginning, I felt that Fang Chen wasn't simple. Although his cultivation is very low, his strength is very strong. Du Gufeng said in a low voice. Haha, it would be interesting if Fang Chen enters the Flame Palace first. Xiao Haobo laughed. However, when Fang Chen reached the 80th floor, he finally stopped because the pressure here was too great. He could no longer move forward. Mph, you've only surpassed me temporarily. The final winner will definitely be me. Hua Hen sneered. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Fang Chen glanced at Hua Hen and also sat cross-legged. However, Fang Chen didn't cultivate. Instead, he took out spiritual stones and let the golden heart absorb them. Right now, the fastest way to reach the top of the stairway to heaven and enter the Flame Palace was to let the golden heart absorb enough spiritual stones to enhance its physical strength. Hiss hiss hiss. While the others were cultivating diligently, Fang Chen was letting the golden heart absorb the spirit stones. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After half a month, Hua Hen made a breakthrough and surpassed Fang Chen to reach the 90th floor. Feng Yin and Zhuge Yuan also reached the 60th floor, while the others reached the 40th floor. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and didn't move. HMPH, trash. Sitting cross-legged on the 90th floor, Hua Hen's eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. Time passed quietly. A month later, Hua Hen's physical body had another breakthrough and reached the 95th floor. This was the closest he was to the Flame Palace. The Flame Palace seemed to be within his reach. Ha ha ha, the inheritance of the Flame Palace must be mine. Hua Hen laughed eerily. In this 1 month's time, everyone had made progress. Only Fang Chen had his eyes closed the entire time, not moving at all. In a month, the golden heart had absorbed about 200 million medium spiritual stones. It was twice as much as the last time. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen couldn't catch up with Hua Hen, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual stone on his palm turned into powder. 200 million medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen grinned and felt a little helpless. The number of medium spiritual stones absorbed by the golden heart was obviously more than the last time. However, after absorbing 200 million medium spiritual stones, the golden heart had evolved a little. At this time, the golden heart was constantly releasing an invisible aura. This aura was constantly strengthening Fang Chen's physical body. My physical body has strengthened a lot, and my understanding of martial arts has also increased. I don't know if I can enter the Flame Palace in one go. Fang Chen opened his eyes and said. In the next moment, Fang Chen slowly stood up. Fang Chen is finally going to make a move. Zhuge Yuan saw this scene and said. Fang Chen will definitely reach the top this time. Du Gufeng said. In the expectation of Zhuge Yuan and the others, Fang Chen's body exuded a terrifying aura. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward. Whoosh, whoosh. 81st floor, 82nd floor, 83rd floor. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen reached the 90th floor. When he reached here, Fang Chen's body stopped. Feng Yin and the others thought that Fang Chen would stop here. However, they were wrong. After a slight pause, Fang Chen continued to move forward. 91st floor, 92nd floor. When Fang Chen reached the 98th floor, Hua Hen's face finally changed. No, it's impossible. You can't set foot on the 99th floor. Hua Hen roared angrily. Originally, he thought that he was the most likely warrior to obtain the highest inheritance. However, Fang Chen, who suddenly appeared, actually reached the 98th floor. This made Hua Hen very worried. Sorry to disappoint you. Fang Chen turned around and looked at Hua Hen. There was a trace of a sneer on his face, and he immediately said. The moment Fang Chen's voice fell, his foot suddenly stepped directly on the 99th floor. Boom! In the sky, a clap of thunder sounded. The entire Flame Palace was covered with dark clouds. The moment Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, a blinding light erupted from the 99th step of the stairway to heaven, directly blocking Fang Chen's body. No! Hua Hen roared angrily. He was unwilling to accept this. Hiss! After the dazzling light dissipated, everyone was shocked to find that Fang Chen had disappeared. The 99th floor of the stairway returned to its original state. Fang Chen entered the Flame Palace. Zhuge Yuan saw this scene and said faintly, "Damn it! Why can he enter the Flame Palace?" Feng Yin and Hua Hen's hearts were filled with hatred for Fang Chen. At this time, in the Flame Palace, Fang Chen did not know what was going on. He entered the Flame Palace in a daze. After entering the palace, Fang Chen found that it was very quiet and very simple. Just as Fang Chen looked around, a melodious voice suddenly entered his ears. "Fated person, you were able to reach the top of the stairway. That means you have passed my test." Hearing this voice, Fang Chen raised his head. He was surprised to find that a figure had appeared in the sky above the Flame Palace. "Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands. This figure should be the master of the Flame Palace. When I first set the stairway to heaven, there were 2 tests. Only those who completely passed these 2 tests would have the qualifications to inherit my inheritance. The figure continued, "In other words, if you don't reach the standard, then even if you obtain my inheritance, you won't be able to cultivate it. You were able to reach the 99th floor. That means your physical body is strong enough. Furthermore, your comprehension of the martial path is also higher than ordinary people. You have the qualifications to become my successor. I, Daoist Tianshu, was at the peak of the Qi High Realm. What a pity." Daoist Tianshu sighed. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Daoist Tianshu suddenly waved his hand. A ray of light directly entered Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind. "This is my, Daoist Tianshu's, lifelong inheritance. I hope you can bring it to greater heights." After Daoist Tianshu finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, trying his best to look at the huge amount of information in his mind. Finally, Fang Chen sorted out the information. There were 3 parts to the inheritance. The first part was Daoist Tianshu's comprehension of the martial path. The second part was Daoist Tianshu's lifelong knowledge of the martial path. The third part was Daoist Tianshu's body refining skill. As expected of a warrior at the peak of the Qi High Realm. This skill is really exquisite. Fang Chen only took a glance and sighed. Although Daoist Tianshu's lifelong knowledge isn't a sword skill, it doesn't matter. Fang Chen said with a grin. Daoist Tianshu's lifelong knowledge was a rank 3 skill called the Solitary Emptiness Fist. "Daoist Tianshu, I won't let you down." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said in a deep voice. Chapter 126. Creak. The gate of the Flaming Palace opened again, and a fiery red figure entered the palace. "Kid, hand over the inheritance." Hua Hen had finally reached the 99th step of the stairway to heaven through his own efforts, including using a forbidden technique. He thought that he could get the inheritance. However, when he reached the 99th step, he found that the shadow in the Flaming Palace had already dissipated. The only explanation was that Fang Chen had already gotten the inheritance. Therefore, Hua Hen wanted to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance at all costs. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw Hua Hen enter. He didn't expect Hua Hen to reach the 99th step. "Kid, hand over the inheritance, or I'll kill you," Hua Hen said coldly. "The inheritance is indeed with me, but I won't hand it over to you," Fang Chen said. Why would he hand over the inheritance that he had worked so hard to get to Hua Hen? Moreover, Hua Hen wasn't a good person. "You're courting death." Hua Hen snorted coldly. He clenched his fist, channeled all his strength, and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen didn't show any weakness. He threw a punch at Hua Hen. Deng! Deng! After the two punched each other, Fang Chen was surprised to find that Hua Hen had actually taken a few steps back. "Well, you're injured," Fang Chen said as he stared at Hua Hen. Hua Hen was furious and roared, "Even if I'm injured, don't think that you can escape from me." Hua Hen finished his words and attacked Fang Chen again. A fierce attack was launched instantly. The two of them fought fiercely, but when Fang Chen used the Tai dispersing light sword, Hua Hen was instantly defeated. "Damn it, if I didn't use a forbidden technique, I wouldn't have lost to him," Hua Hen roared in his heart. After a moment of fierce fighting, Hua Hen was stabbed in the arm by Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. His body was directly pushed back. Hua Hen steadied himself and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. A hint of fear appeared in his heart. He was currently seriously injured and was no match for Fang Chen. In an instant, Hua Hen made the decision to retreat. "Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go." After Hua Hen finished speaking, his body flashed and he left the Flame Palace. When Hua Hen came out of the Flame Palace, all the warriors stared at Hua Hen, wanting to know if he had obtained the inheritance. Hua Hen was already very angry. After seeing everyone's gaze, he coldly snorted. Immediately, he pushed off the ground and directly descended from the sky stairway, disappearing from everyone's sight. Why did Hua Hen leave? Did he obtain an inheritance? Zhuge Yuan asked doubtfully. Just as everyone was puzzled, Fang Chen walked out of the Flame Palace. Fang Chen came out, a disciple exclaimed. After seeing Fang Chen, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of heat. Even if he didn't obtain the inheritance, he must have gained a lot of benefits. The moment Fang Chen came out of the Flame Palace disappeared into thin air. The 99 steps of the sky stairway also dissipated in an instant. Many warriors on the sky stairway fell directly to the mountain peak. "Brat, you obtained the inheritance." Feng Yin stared at Fang Chen unkindly and asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows, glanced at Feng Yin, and said, "So what if I obtained it? So what if I didn't? It seems that you obtained the inheritance. Brat, obediently hand it over." Feng Yin grinned. "Feng Yin, don't go too far." Zhuge Yuan and others walked to Fang Chen's side and said coldly, "Zhuge Yuan, it's none of your business. You'd better not interfere." Feng Yin said strongly. Beside Feng Yin stood several disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. They were also glaring at Fang Chen, wanting to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance. Fang Chen's face was indifferent. He looked at Feng Yin and asked, "You want the inheritance?" "Of course." Feng Yin said. "Then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Fang Chen asked. "What bet?" Feng Yin was puzzled. "The two of us will fight. Whoever wins will get the inheritance." Fang Chen said. "Okay, I hope you won't regret it." Feng Yin was secretly delighted. "Fang Chen, you." Zhuge Yuan and others were worried about Fang Chen. After all, Feng Yin's strength was comparable to Zhuge Yuan's. Fang Chen was not his opponent. "Senior brother Zhuge, just watch," Fang Chen said confidently. Then Fang Chen took a step forward and coldly looked at Feng Yin. "Make your move, or you won't have a chance." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Feng Yin's heart burned with anger. He clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in his true core instantly poured into his fist. Then he punched at Fang Chen. Feng Yin's strength was comparable to Feng Xueshan, so in Fang Chen's eyes, he was just an ant. The funny thing was that Feng Yin was secretly delighted, thinking that he could defeat Fang Chen. Tai Diffraction Sword, 7th level. Seeing Feng Yin make his move, Fang Chen instantly displayed the 7th level of Tai Diffraction Sword. Sword light instantly filled the sky. Fang Chen did not intend to waste time. He directly integrated the sword power into the hidden dragon sword, and then controlled the sword light to bombard Feng Yin. Rumble, when the sword light that filled the sky collided with the fist light, it instantly exploded. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others were also shocked. Fang Chen's strength is tyrannical to this extent. Zhuge Yuan thought to himself. Just as Zhuge Yuan was shocked, Fang Chen once again launched a fierce attack. The hidden dragon sword combined with the Tai Diffraction Sword was extremely powerful. Moreover, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the 4th realm of Qi transformation, and he had once killed Feng Xueshan. So a mere Feng Yin was nothing to him. Tai Diffraction Sword. When Fang Chen displayed the Tai Diffraction Sword again, Feng Yin finally felt that something was wrong. How is this possible? When Feng Yin's fist technique was broken, he cried out involuntarily. However, it was too late. The hidden dragon sword pierced through his fist and directly into his arm. Bang! Feng Yin's body directly flew out, and the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake surrounded Feng Yin. "How can you be so strong?" Feng Yin's heart was filled with unwillingness. How could a warrior with such a low cultivation be so strong? It must be the inheritance of the Flame Palace. Feng Yin thought to himself. But at this time, Feng Yin no longer had the strength to fight. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. I give up fighting for the inheritance. Feng Yin shouted loudly. You give up just because you say so? Fang Chen didn't intend to let Feng Yin and the others leave from the beginning. Hearing Feng Yin's words, Fang Chen sneered. Brat, you dare to kill our Breeze Lake's disciples? A disciple beside Feng Yin asked coldly. Whether I dare to kill or not, you'll know once you try. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a sword light flashed. Suddenly, a Breeze Lake disciple fell to the ground, lifeless. Stop! My Breeze Lake gives up the inheritance. Feng Yin roared. However, Fang Chen didn't want to let a tiger return to the mountain. Every step was filled with killing intent. When Fang Chen arrived in front of Feng Yin, all the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake had already been killed by Fang Chen. Looking at the surrounding disciples falling one by one, Feng Yin roared loudly, Madman, you're a madman. Go to hell. Fang Chen sneered and used the Tai diffraction sword. A cold light directly pierced Feng Yin's body. Feng Yin's eyes were wide open. He died with remaining grievances. This series of changes shocked Zhuge Yuan and the others. Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical to the point that he could casually kill Feng Yin. After a long time, Zhuge Yuan slowly said, Fang Chen, your progress is too fast. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Zhuge Yuan's strength was comparable to Feng Yin's. Fang Chen was able to kill Feng Yin, so naturally, he was stronger than Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen, you're really domineering. You killed all the disciples of Breeze Lake. Fatty Xiao Haobo grinned. Not killing them is tantamount to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Du Gufeng said. Fang Chen, well done. I've long been displeased with the disciples of Breeze Lake. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to kill them. Cheng Fei said. After Fang Chen killed Feng Yin and the others, he nodded slightly to Zhuge Yuan and the others and said, their interspatial rings are yours. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others grinned. This time, Fang Chen had gained the most from the ancient ruins. They had gained almost nothing. Fang Chen let them take the interspatial rings as compensation. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others began to collect the interspatial rings. In the end, Fang Chen took out 400 million mid-grade spirit stones and handed it to the four of them. Fang Chen, what's the meaning of this? Zhuge Yuan and the others were shocked when they saw the huge number of mid-grade spirit stones and asked. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have had the chance to participate in this expedition to the ancient ruins. After entering the ancient ruins, I've obtained a lot. In fact, I've even obtained the highest level of inheritance. On the other hand, you guys have obtained almost nothing. Those 3 demonic dragon flowers, I have some use for them. I hope you can sell them to me. Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others didn't say anything else. Each of them received 100 million mid-grade spirit stones with smiles on their faces. That was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even Hua Hen and the others' gains this time weren't worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Thinking of this, Zhuge Yuan and the others felt that Fang Chen was even more unfathomable. There weren't many people who could take out 400 million mid-grade spirit stones so casually. Fang Chen, we'll definitely be friends with you. As for the demonic dragon flowers, you can take them away. The four of them laughed. 400 million mid-grade spirit stones was a huge sum for the four of them. However, to Fang Chen, it was just a drop in the ocean. Previously, he had 1.8 billion mid-grade spirit stones left. After the Golden Heart absorbed 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, he was left with 1.6 billion. After giving the four of them a total of 400 million, Fang Chen still had 1.2 billion mid-grade spirit stones left. Chapter 127. The trip to the ancient ruin was considered to be over. Fang Chen had gained a lot. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 had also gained a lot. The 5 of them chatted for a while and prepared to leave the ancient ruin. Just as they were about to leave the ancient ruin, 4 ear-piercing sounds came from afar. Following that, 4 silhouettes sped towards them. The Flaming Mountain disciples have returned? Zhuge Yuan frowned and said in a low voice. But I didn't find any traces of fire. They're just a few disciples. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen glanced at the 4 of them and said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the 4 Flaming Mountain disciples appeared in front of Fang Chen. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen, it's time for you to die, one of the disciples said in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he heard that. How did the Flaming Mountain disciples know his name? Moreover, the voice sounded very familiar. Bloody, why are you talking so much nonsense? Captain Shuo Jiao snorted and said. Just as Captain Shuo Jiao finished speaking, a grey aura suddenly filled the entire area. Fang Chen and the others instantly realized that they were already in a formation. When Fang Chen discovered the formation, he finally understood that the 4 people in front of him were not Flaming Mountain disciples. They were the 4 captains that he had controlled earlier. The 4 of them didn't die. Instead, they broke free from my control, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Trapped in the formation, Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were a little flustered. However, Fang Chen was slightly calmer. Bang! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was punched by the black shadow and his body was sent flying. When he finally stabilized himself, another black shadow appeared and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but curse, damn it. The 4 captains attacked Fang Chen repeatedly, but Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were not in any danger. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword tightly in his hand and listened carefully to the situation around him. At a certain moment, the spiritual energy in Fang Chen's true core surged out in an instant. The hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward the void. Fang Chen pushed the Tai diffraction sword to the extreme. The hidden dragon sword seemed to slash at the void. However, when the hidden dragon sword slashed down, a miserable shriek was heard from the void. Bang! With a loud bang, the blood-colored skeleton's body fell to the ground. There was a sword mark on its arm. Bloody, are you all right? The other 3 team leaders asked worriedly when they heard the bloody skeleton shrieking. Fang Chen listened to the voices of the 3 captains and determined their location based on their voices. Then, he quickly used the Tai diffraction sword. Whoosh! A ray of sword light flashed. Captain Shuo Jiao was also hit by Fang Chen, but he was not seriously injured. After hitting 2 people consecutively, the 4 captains' faces darkened. Captain Tian Hong said in a low voice, let's work together and kill him. Fang Chen's current strength was comparable to a 7th-level Qi transformation realm warrior. The 4 captains' cultivation bases were restricted to the 6th-level Qi transformation realm, so even if they were trapped by the formation, they couldn't kill Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! After a series of attacks, the 4 captains finally used their trump card. The combined attack of the 4 captains was extremely powerful. Fang Chen, die! Suddenly, Captain Tian Mo roared. The combined attack of the 4 captains turned into a battle axe in the sky. This battle axe was filled with the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. A tyrannical aura of death surged from the battle axe. When Fang Chen saw this, he held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the Tai diffraction sword. The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. Just now, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Fang Chen had naturally cultivated the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword was more than twice as powerful as the 7th level. Its power was terrifying. This was the first time Fang Chen had used the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand danced in the sky. Thousands of rays of sword light merged into the hidden dragon sword. Finally, the hidden dragon sword carried a tyrannical aura and collided with the battle axe. Boom! The 2 collided, and the formation shook. Crack! The 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword was too powerful. The battle axe couldn't withstand it at all. In just an instant, the battle axe was shattered by the hidden dragon sword. The moment the battle axe was shattered, the 4 captains' bodies were suddenly sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The bloody skeleton looked at Fang Chen in disbelief and cried out. Go to hell. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword and stabbed 4 times in a row. Immediately, the 4 captains died one after another. Crash. The moment the 4 died, the formation shattered. Fang Chen and the other 4 appeared on the mountain peak. Fang Chen, are you okay? Zhuge Yuan asked worriedly when he saw Fang Chen. I'm fine. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said. Then, Zhuge Yuan and the others saw the corpses of the Flaming Mountain disciples in the distance and said, Fang Chen, you have a grudge against the Flaming Mountain disciples. Kind of, Fang Chen replied vaguely. He didn't want others to know that he was related to the Yellow Spring sect's monster. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. After Zhuge Yuan finished speaking, the 5 of them quickly left the ancient ruins. After an entire day, the 5 of them finally came out of the ancient ruins. When they left the Void Stone Gate, they felt the ground tremble. Under their gaze, the Void Stone Gate disappeared into the void. Fang Chen felt that the disappearance of the Void Stone Gate should have something to do with the Flame Palace. However, they didn't think too much about it. They glanced at the Void Stone Gate that disappeared and finally turned to leave. Be careful. Don't encounter any cat demons. Zhuge Yuan reminded. The 5 of them walked carefully in the Sky River mountain range at a fast speed. After 3 days, they finally walked out of the Sky River mountain range without encountering any cat demons. However, during this period, Fang Chen and the others encountered a group of mounted bandits. However, they were all killed by them. We're finally out. After walking out of the Sky River mountain range, Fatty Xiao Haobo revealed a smile and grinned. The mission is complete. We should go back and submit it. Zhuge Yuan said. 3 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the imperial capital. Fang Chen told Zhuge Yuan and the others that he had something to attend to and would return later. He asked the 4 of them to go back to Kamikaze Kenbu first. After that, Fang Chen bade farewell to the 4 of them and went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. The staff of the Heavenly Elixir Palace recognized Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen, they immediately brought Fang Chen to Master Tianhe's residence. Brother Fang, you're here. Master Tianhe said with a smile. Master Tianhe, how's the business recently? Fang Chen asked. Although a new type of elixir has been developed recently, it's still a little high-end. Ordinary warriors can't afford it at all. Hence, the business isn't as good as before. However, the Heavenly Elixir Palace still earns a lot of spiritual stones. After Master Tianhe finished speaking, he took out an interspatial ring. Here are 800 million medium spiritual stones. It's your bonus. Master Tianhe said. Fang Chen nodded and put away the 800 million medium spiritual stones. He then said, Master Tianhe, this time I'm here to tell you about a new elixir recipe. Oh, a new elixir recipe? What kind of elixir is it? Master Tianhe's eyes lit up when he heard the words new elixir recipe. Steadying soul elixir. Fang Chen said calmly. Steadying soul elixir? Master Tianhe asked doubtfully. After that, Fang Chen took out the elixir recipe for the steadying soul elixir and handed it to Master Tianhe. After a while, Master Tianhe's excitement turned into seriousness. He looked at Fang Chen with his deep eyes and said, Brother Fang, although the steadying soul elixir is very effective, it's very difficult to refine it. The main ingredient of the steadying soul elixir is the demonic dragon flower. Even for our Heavenly Elixir Palace, it's not easy to find the demonic dragon flower, Master Tianhe said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. This was because he was staring at Fang Chen's palm. There was a beautiful flower on Fang Chen's palm. Demonic dragon flower. You actually have the demonic dragon flower. Master Tianhe was very excited. I got it by accident. There are 3 stalks in total. You can use them to refine the steadying soul elixir. As for the demonic dragon flower, it'll depend on your Heavenly Elixir Palace's ability. Fang Chen handed the 3 stalks of demonic dragon flower to Master Tianhe. After Master Tianhe took the demonic dragon flower, he was very excited. He hurriedly said, Don't worry, Brother Fang. I'll ask the Heavenly Elixir Palace to search for the demonic dragon flower. After that, Fang Chen chatted with Master Tianhe for a while and then left. When they returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, it was already night time. Fang Chen went to rest directly. The next day, Zhuge Yuan found Fang Chen and told Fang Chen that the task had been completed. The reward was divided into 5 portions, including his. However, Fang Chen refused because he did not lack spiritual stones. He asked Zhuge Yuan to give his share to the others. Fang Chen, I'll thank you on behalf of them. Zhuge Yuan grinned. It's okay. Fang Chen said. When Zhuge Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned to Fang Chen and asked, Fang Chen, are you interested in going to the body refining tower? Yes, the body refining tower. Fang Chen asked. Our strength has increased more or less in the ancient ruins, so we agreed to go to the body refining tower together. Do you want to go with us? Zhuge Yuan asked. Fang Chen thought for a while and finally agreed to go to the body refining tower with Zhuge Yuan. Chapter 128. When the 5 of them arrived at the body refining tower, they caused a huge commotion. Isn't that Zhuge Yuan? Are they going to challenge the body refining tower too? A disciple asked. Senior Zhuge Yuan reached the 5th level last time. I wonder if he will be able to go further this time. The arrival of Zhuge Yuan and the other 4 caused a commotion among the disciples outside the body refining tower. At this moment, a person was challenging the tower. Fang Chen and the others could see clearly that a light spot was moving continuously on the 4th level. After 15 minutes, the light spot appeared on the 5th level and left the body refining tower. When the light spot disappeared from the body refining tower, Hong Yun's figure appeared in front of everyone. Hong Yun had successfully entered the 5th level of the body refining tower from the 4th level with a smile on his face. However, when he saw Zhuge Yuan and the other 4, his smile disappeared and was replaced by anger. Humph! Hong Yun snorted and left the body refining tower. Who will go first? Zhuge Yuan looked at the 4 of them and asked. Senior Zhuge, you go first. Cheng Fei grinned. All right, I will go first. Just as Zhuge Yuan was about to enter the body refining tower, a figure suddenly entered the body refining tower before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The person was very fast. After entering the body refining tower, he went up to the 5th level at the fastest speed. When the light spot appeared on the 5th level, it slowed down. However, the light spot continued to move forward. After a minute, the light spot entered the 6th level, which shocked everyone. Who is it that entered the 6th level? It must be one of the top 10. Otherwise, no one could enter the 6th level. I think it is Yang Yong, who is ranked 10th. While the disciples were discussing, the light spot stopped at the 6th level and disappeared. Many disciples cheered when Yang Yong appeared. Yang Yong was full of smiles. When he saw Zhuge Yuan, he snorted. Everyone knew that Zhuge Yuan and Yang Yong had a bad relationship in the intermediate area. Sometimes, they would even fight. Zhuge Yuan, you are also here to embarrass yourself. Yang Yong sneered. It's none of your business, Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Ch, let's see how far you can go, sneered Yang Yong. Zhuge Yuan ignored Yang Yong's sarcastic words and stepped out of the body refining tower. Zhuge Yuan and the others had tempered their bodies for more than a month on the stairway to heaven in the ancient relic. Therefore, Zhuge Yuan entered the body refining tower very quickly and soon appeared on the 5th level. Humph, it's just the 5th level. What's there to be arrogant about? Seeing the light spot stop at the 5th level, Yang Yong sneered. However, before Yang Yong could finish his words, the light spot had already entered the 6th level. Look, the light spot has entered the 6th floor. Everyone cried out in surprise. Being able to enter the 6th floor was enough to prove the strength of Zhuge Yuan's physical body. At this moment, Yang Yong had a complicated expression on his face. His eyes were filled with hatred. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the light spot on the 6th floor. He thought to himself, with Senior Zhuge Yuan's physical strength, he should be able to enter the 7th floor. To be able to enter the 7th floor, one's physical body had to be at least at the silver body level. If it was before, Zhuge Yuan would definitely not be able to enter the 7th floor. However, after the baptism on the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen believed that Zhuge Yuan had the strength to enter the 7th floor. Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, the light spot shook again. This time, every movement of the light spot caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the light spot crossed the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor. Wow! There was an uproar in front of the body refining tower. Countless disciples were shocked. There was a huge difference between the 7th and 6th floor of the body refining tower. Entering the 6th floor required a bronze body, but entering the 7th floor required a silver body. Gosh, Zhuge Yuan has reached the silver body level and entered the 7th floor. No wonder Zhuge Yuan can enter the top 10 at any time. He is really powerful. Another disciple who has reached the silver body level. Zhuge Yuan has hidden his strength well. Many disciples exclaimed. At this moment, Yang Yong's face was grave. He was not reconciled to the fact that Zhuge Yuan could enter the 7th floor, but he could not. Zhuge Yuan stopped at the 7th floor and walked out of the body refining tower. The moment Zhuge Yuan walked out, everyone in front of the body refining tower cheered. Zhuge Yuan looked at Yang Yong meaningfully, then walked to Fang Chen and the other three and said, "It's your turn." The next to enter the body refining tower was Xiao Haobo, who stopped at the 4th floor. Cheng Fei also stopped at the 4th floor. The most unexpected one was Du Gufeng. He was the most inconspicuous of the three, but his explosive power was the strongest. He was able to break through to the 5th floor with brute force. After the three of them had finished, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Seeing Fang Chen enter the body refining tower, Hong Yun sneered. There is no pressure at all. Standing in the body refining tower, Fang Chen grinned. Hong Yun and the others thought that Fang Chen had reached the 4th floor, but they did not know that Fang Chen had already reached the 5th floor. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fang Chen reached the 5th level of the body refining tower in one breath, which shocked countless warriors. However, what happened next shocked them even more. Fang Chen entered the 6th floor calmly. They thought that the 6th floor would be Fang Chen's final destination, but Fang Chen actually entered the 7th floor. Since he could enter the 7th floor, his physical body must have reached the silver body level. Everyone was shocked, except for Zhuge Yuan and the other three. On the stairway to heaven, Zhuge Yuan and the others knew that Fang Chen's physical body was much stronger than theirs. It was not surprising that Fang Chen could enter the 7th level of the body refining tower. In fact, it was reasonable. Fang Chen's physical body is stronger than mine. I think he can enter the 8th floor, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice faded, the light spot on the 7th level suddenly moved again and entered the 8th level in an instant. What? He actually entered the 8th floor? Yang Yong and Hong Yun were shocked and exclaimed. Fang Chen entered the 8th floor. It's incredible. His physical body is so strong that it is comparable to Xu Feiqi's. That's right. In the middle zone, only Xu Feiqi and Fang Chen are able to reach the 8th level of the body refining tower. Is Fang Chen's strength comparable to Xu Feiqi's? Many disciples were shocked and disgusted. When Fang Chen came out of the body refining tower, he looked calm and did not feel proud of entering the 8th floor. It will be difficult to enter the 9th floor, Fang Chen thought to himself. In order to enter the 9th floor, one must reach the golden body level. His physical body should be at the peak of the silver body level. However, Fang Chen believed that with the help of the golden heart, he would be able to enter the 9th floor soon. Fang Chen, I was right. You can enter the 8th floor, Zhuge Yuan said with a grin. Cheng Fei and the other two were chatting with Fang Chen. On the other hand, Yang Yong and Hong Yun looked cold. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, Yang Yong suddenly stepped forward and said coldly, Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Fang Chen was stunned and immediately looked at Yang Yong. Yang Yong obviously knew his cultivation and thought that he could suppress him, so he wanted to take him down a notch. A strong physical body does not mean that you are strong. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yang Yong said coldly. Hong Yun, who was beside Yang Yong, looked at Fang Chen mockingly. I don't want to fight with you. Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Yang Yong's face darkened and he shouted angrily, "Fang Chen, I will teach you a lesson in the intermediate area disciple competition in a month's time." Fang Chen's entry into the 8th floor of the body refining tower had shocked the entire intermediate area. Many senior officials of the intermediate area came to visit Fang Chen. After sending off the upper echelons with great difficulty, Fang Chen prepared to rest for a while. But suddenly, a scarlet-robed figure appeared in the courtyard. "Yes." Fang Chen looked at the figure in red with confusion. "Fang Chen." The figure in red smiled and looked at Fang Chen. "You are?" Fang Chen asked. "Xu Feiqi." The figure in red replied. Fang Chen was shocked. The person in front of him was the top disciple in the intermediate area, Xu Feiqi. "You are not only talented, but also physically strong," Xu Feiqi said. "I hope to fight with you. I am not your match." Fang Chen sighed. Xu Feiqi was the top disciple in the intermediate area. He was at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen was not his match. However, although Xu Feiqi was at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was comparable to the peak of the 7th realm. He had not broken through because he did not want to enter the advanced area. Normally, as long as one reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, one could enter the advanced area and become an advanced disciple. This was not what Xu Feiqi wanted. Xu Feiqi had said that he would only become an advanced disciple when he reached the 9th floor of the body refining tower. However, all the disciples in the middle class area knew that Xu Feiqi was strong. They also thought of him as a martial artist at the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Chapter 129. After Xu Feiqi left, Fang Chen went into seclusion to cultivate. Fang Chen had heard about the intermediate region's disciple competition that would be held a month later. Although he wasn't Xu Feiqi's opponent now, he hoped that he would be able to fight against Xu Feiqi in a month's time with his hard work. Fang Chen was ready to accept the inheritance of Heavenly Void Taoist. The first part of the inheritance was martial comprehension. Because of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen only used 3 days to accept it. It had to be said that Heavenly Void Taoist's martial comprehension was very beneficial to Fang Chen. It made Fang Chen's martial comprehension deeper. After 3 days, he accepted the first part of the inheritance. Next was the second part. The second part of the inheritance was Heavenly Void Taoist's lifelong secret technique, Heavenly Void Solitary Void Fist. This fist technique was a 3rd-grade cultivation technique and was extremely powerful. Fang Chen started to cultivate this fist technique. He circulated the chant of the fist technique into his golden heart and used it to cultivate. In a secluded place in the Divine Wind Country, a man's face was filled with anger. Beside him stood a black shadow. "How is it? Do you agree to my deal?" The black shadow said with a hoarse voice. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that the man with a face full of anger was Yuan Batian, who wanted to kill him. Yuan Batian used a forbidden technique at the crucial moment to increase his explosive power and escape. After escaping, Yuan Batian had been recovering. Finally, during this period of time, he had recovered. However, he still needed some time to kill Fang Chen. Yuan Batian accidentally broke into this secluded cave and found the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Originally, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect wanted to kill Yuan Batian. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that Yuan Batian could be used. Therefore, they proposed a deal with Yuan Batian. "Okay, I agree. But you have to promise me that I can kill Fang Chen," Yuan Batian said in a low voice. "No problem. In a month, I can help you reach the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. At that time, not only Fang Chen, but even the stronger disciples won't be your match." The black shadow grinned. "But don't forget your promise," the black shadow said. Yuan Batian nodded. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating the solitary emptiness fist. Today, half a month later, there was finally some progress in the solitary emptiness fist. The solitary void fist was a rank 3 cultivation method. There were a total of 3 fists. After half a month, Fang Chen finally mastered the first fist. The power of the heavenly void fist was very strong. Just the first fist's power had already surpassed the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword art. This made Fang Chen very happy. "I've finally mastered the first move of the solitary heavenly void fist." Fang Chen grinned. After successfully cultivating the first fist, Fang Chen wouldn't be able to cultivate the second fist in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't plan to cultivate the second level for the time being. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then took out a book with the words "leaving traces of a wild goose palm" written on it. That's right. Fang Chen planned to cultivate the leaving traces of a wild goose palm as well. After all, it was a second-grade cultivation technique. Its power couldn't be underestimated. Anyway, there was no harm in having more skills. Cultivating the leaving traces of a wild goose palm was much easier than cultivating the heavenly void fist. Fang Chen used 10 days to completely cultivate the leaving traces of a wild goose palm. Moreover, because of the golden heart, Fang Chen had already cultivated the leaving traces of a wild goose palm to perfection. Although the power of the leaving traces of a wild goose palm wasn't as strong as the heavenly void fist, it was still comparable to the Tai diffraction sword art. After cultivating these two cultivation techniques, Fang Chen took out the third part of the heavenly void Taoist's inheritance, the reckless bull technique. The frenzied bull technique was a body-tempering technique of the empty sky Taoist. After cultivating it, the martialist's body would have the frenzied bull's strength. This frenzied bull's strength would make the martialist's physical body extremely strong. "I hope the reckless bull technique can make my body reach the golden body level," Fang Chen said in a low voice. The reckless bull technique was divided into 3 levels. Fang Chen started cultivating from the first level. 3 days later, Fang Chen finished cultivating the first level of the reckless bull technique. At this time, he felt that his body was much stronger. There are only 2 more days until the disciples' tournament. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body refining tower. At this time, many disciples were cultivating hard. When Fang Chen arrived at the body refining tower, he found that there was no one there. "Let's go in and try." Fang Chen entered the body refining tower and went to the 8th level with ease. Then, he started to break through to the 9th level. At this time, Fang Chen used the first level of the reckless bull technique. Suddenly, a reckless bull's strength appeared in his body. In a short time, Fang Chen's body became extremely strong. Crack! Fang Chen took a step forward and wanted to enter the 9th level. However, he was strongly repelled. What a strong repelling force! As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, his body was sent flying. Even though he had cultivated the first level of the reckless bull technique, he could not enter the 9th level. This made Fang Chen speechless. The 9th level was too strong. "Let's cultivate on the 8th level for a while," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and started to cultivate his body strength under the abnormal gravity on the 8th level. Time passed by slowly. After 2 days, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes on the 8th level of the body refining tower. At this moment, Fang Chen's reckless bull technique had reached the completion realm of the first level. "Let's try again," Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen started to try again. After activating the first level of the reckless bull technique, his body's strength surged. He directly rushed to the 9th level. Fang Chen thought that he would be repelled, but to his surprise, he succeeded in entering the 9th level of the body refining tower. Dong! As soon as Fang Chen entered the 9th level of the body refining tower, a bell chime was heard in the middle area. The bell rang 9 times in a row, shocking the entire intermediate area. At this time, Fang Chen was still in the body refining tower, unaware of this. The gravity on the 9th level of the body refining tower is too abnormal, Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this time, it was difficult for him to speak. The gravity on the 9th level was too abnormal. Finally, after 1 minute, Fang Chen was repelled and left the body refining tower. At this time, when the higher-ups in the intermediate area heard the bell ring 9 times in a row, their faces changed and they rushed to the body refining tower. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Fang Chen had already left. The bell rang 9 times. This has not happened in Kamikaze Kenbu for almost 100 years. Someone must have entered the 9th level of the body refining tower, an old man with a white beard said. It seems that the disciple did not want us to know who he was. He has already left, another elder said excitedly. I did not expect that there was such a genius in the intermediate area. In the intermediate area, there are only 2 people who are most likely to enter the 9th level. They are Xu Feiqi and Fang Chen. Both of them have reached the 8th level. However, I feel that Xu Feiqi is more likely. After all, Xu Feiqi is much stronger than Fang Chen. No matter what, pay close attention to the 2 of them, the old man with a white beard said. Also, the disciples' grand competition will continue as usual. After that, the higher-ups left. At this time, Fang Chen did not know that the bell had rung 9 times in a row, which had shocked the higher-ups in the intermediate area. In 1 month, Fang Chen had made great progress. A month ago, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a disciple at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. After a month of crazy cultivation, Fang Chen had not only mastered the leaving wild goose palm, but also the solitary void fist. This had allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, as time passed, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could compete with Xu Feiqi. Today was the day of the intermediate area's disciples' grand competition. After Fang Chen came out of the body refining tower, he went straight to the martial arts practice field. When he arrived at the martial arts practice field, it was already packed with people. Fang Chen, over here. Zhuge Yuan shouted when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen came in front of Zhuge Yuan, with Cheng Fei and the other 2 beside him. Fang Chen, why are you so late? Zhuge Yuan asked. Fang Chen smiled faintly and did not speak. Just then, a hunchbacked old man appeared on the martial arts practice field. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy martial arts practice field quieted down. All the warriors were waiting for the hunchbacked old man to speak. I believe that everyone knows that the intermediate area's disciples' grand competition is held to increase everyone's cultivation and to let everyone learn from each other, the hunchbacked old man said slowly. The rules of this grand competition are the same as before. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. If anyone is found to be trying to kill each other, they will be severely punished. 2-on-2 battles will determine the new top 10 disciples. They will be handsomely rewarded. The hunchbacked old man's short words were enough to excite countless disciples. At this time, in another area, Yang Yong and Hong Yun were walking together. They turned to look at Fang Chen, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Fang Chen, even if I can't kill you, I will make you lose face in the grand competition, Yang Yong said to himself. At the front of the martial arts practice field, Xu Feiqi had a smile on his face. He looked at Fang Chen, then turned to leave. Chapter 130. With the approval of the higher-ups, the intermediate regions tournament finally began. There were over 100 disciples in the intermediate region, and they fought in pairs. The first to go up was Xu Feiqi. Xu Feiqi's opponent was a Qi transformation 5th realm disciple. When the disciple realized that his opponent was the strongest in the intermediate region, Xu Feiqi, he immediately admitted defeat. I admit defeat. The disciple's face was clearly filled with helplessness. This time, the disciples' grand competition had adopted the strategy of eliminating the participants directly. This meant that once he admitted defeat, he would lose the right to participate in this tournament. Even though he was filled with helplessness and unwillingness, he had no choice. Fighting Xu Feiqi would be suicide. Xu Feiqi wins. The judge announced loudly. Xu Feiqi had a slight smile on his face the entire time. After hearing the judge's announcement, he nodded slightly and left the martial arts arena. One disciple after another walked onto the martial arts arena. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Finally, after 2 hours, it was Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen's opponent was an early Qi transformation 6th realm disciple. This disciple was usually in seclusion, and did not know much about Fang Chen. Therefore, when he saw that Fang Chen was his opponent, his eyes flashed with joy. Even the heavens are helping me. The disciple was secretly delighted. At this moment, the higher-ups on the main platform were discussing Fang Chen when they saw him walk onto the martial arts arena. His Fang Chen, right? The one with the same fourth-grade talent as Yuan Batian. That's right. His Fang Chen. I heard that his talent is very strong, and he's very strong. I wonder how far he'll be able to go this time. On the martial arts arena, Fang Chen stared at his opponent, and his opponent stared back at Fang Chen. Following the referee's command, a long sword suddenly appeared in his opponent's hand. Then, he activated all the spiritual qi in his body and directly injected it into the long sword before attacking Fang Chen. Too weak, Fang Chen muttered. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand danced, and a sword cry resounded through the sky. The Tai dispersing light swordsmanship was instantly unleashed. An incomparably tyrannical swordlight pierced towards his opponent. With a poochie sound, his opponent's swordlight was shattered by Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Fang Chen defeated his opponent with a single strike. Fang Chen wins. When the referee finished reading, there was an uproar in the martial arts practice ground. Although they all knew that Fang Chen was very powerful, they didn't expect that Fang Chen would be so tyrannical. What an exquisite swordsmanship. This kid is not simple, someone on the rostrum said. It's not just the exquisite swordsmanship. Did you notice that the long sword in his hand is the hidden dragon sword that has been in the weapon hall for many years? Another person said in a low voice. Hearing this elder's words, the other higher-ups finally noticed the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand. When they saw the hidden dragon sword, their eyes were filled with complex emotions. They naturally knew how tyrannical the hidden dragon sword was. After all these years, not a single disciple could afford the hidden dragon sword. He's really not simple. There aren't many disciples who can take out 30 million mid-tier spiritual stones. Where did this kid come from? Someone asked. I don't know. I heard that he's from the Cyan Cloud County. A high-grade Yuan weapon, the hidden dragon sword. Coupled with such exquisite swordsmanship, this kid's combat power is at least at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even Yuan Batian can't compare to this level of talent. At the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he can easily defeat a 6th realm disciple. Not only were the rostrum discussing this, but the martial arts practice ground was also filled with discussions. Other than Zhuge Yuan and a few other insiders, the other disciples were all shocked. However, even though they were shocked, the competition still continued. After Fang Chen, there were no other dark horses. The competition was very normal. After 6 hours, the first round of the competition finally came to an end. In the entire first round of the competition, the biggest dark horse was Fang Chen. Moreover, after the first round, Fang Chen's popularity was very high. Some disciples believed that Fang Chen would definitely enter the top 10. After a short break, the second round of the competition began. Half of the disciples were eliminated in the first round. Most of them were weak disciples. Those who could enter the second round were not weak. Therefore, the second round of the competition was even more intense. The first match of the second round was still Xu Feiqi. As expected, Xu Feiqi's opponent surrendered immediately. Fang Chen was the 20th disciple to fight. His opponent was still a 6th realm Qi transformation realm disciple. When the disciple faced Fang Chen, he had no choice but to surrender. Although the second round of the competition was more intense than the first, it was much shorter. After 2 hours, the second round of the competition ended. Next up was the third round of the competition. There were a total of 30 warriors who entered the third round of the competition. Among these 30 warriors, the weakest was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In the third round, Fang Chen's opponent was a warrior at the middle 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He did not surrender. Instead, he fought Fang Chen. Tai Diffraction Blade. Fang Chen immediately used the 8th level of the Tai Diffraction Blade. A powerful sword light pierced towards his opponent. Devil Sky Sword Technique. The long sword in his opponent's hand danced violently. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack, but the Tai diffraction blade was too powerful. Poochie. His opponent's long sword shattered the moment it came into contact with Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword. What followed was Fang Chen's powerful strength. With a bang, his opponent was sent flying. Fang Chen had won once again. It's hard to find a worthy opponent in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Someone on the VIP platform laughed heartily. Yeah, this kid's strength can at least make it to the top 10. He might even make it to the top 5. It's possible for him to make it to the top 10, but forget about the top 5. Those who can make it to the top 5 are all monstrous geniuses. The 3rd round of the competition ended quickly. There were a total of 15 disciples who entered the 4th round. After drawing lots, Fang Chen was a little surprised that he had drawn a bye. This meant that Fang Chen could directly enter the 5th round. When the 4th round of the competition began, Xu Feiqi's opponent was Hong Yun. Hong Yun could not even defeat Fang Chen, let alone Xu Feiqi. Hong Yun admitted defeat immediately. The next match was Yang Yong's. Yang Yong's opponent was the disciple in 9th place. After a fierce battle, Yang Yong defeated the disciple in 9th place with a slight advantage. This scene caused countless disciples to exclaim in surprise. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, facing all of this calmly. 4th round, 5th round in the afternoon, the disciples' tournament was nearing its end. Countless disciples had been eliminated, and now there were only 4 disciples left. Fang Chen was very lucky. He had drawn a bye for 2 consecutive rounds, allowing him to directly enter the finals. 1st place Xu Feiqi, 2nd place Li Yang, 3rd place Ao Tian, and last place Fang Chen. The 4 of them had entered the finals. The disciples in the top 10, as well as those who had been eliminated, were furious when they saw Fang Chen enter the finals. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. He can even enter the finals like this. Many people were unhappy that Fang Chen had entered the finals. They felt that Fang Chen did not have the qualifications to enter the finals. However, Fang Chen did not care about these comments. Next up is the finals of the Disciples Tournament. The 1st round of the finals is between 1st place Xu Feiqi and 3rd place Ao Tian. When the referee finished reading, the entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. They could finally see a peak battle. Although Xu Feiqi's cultivation was suppressed to the Qi transformation 6th realm, his true strength was at least at the peak of the Qi transformation 7th realm. As for 3rd place Ao Tian, his cultivation was also at the Qi transformation 6th realm. However, overall, he was still slightly weaker than Xu Feiqi. On the martial arts arena, Xu Feiqi and Ao Tian looked at each other. Xu Feiqi, this time I will defeat you and reach the middle division, Ao Tian said in a low voice. You are not my match, Xu Feiqi said. Whether I am or not is not for you to decide. We will only know after the battle, Ao Tian said. All right, then let's fight with all our might, Xu Feiqi said simply. Crash. Just as Xu Feiqi's voice fell, a tyrannical aura surged out from Ao Tian's body. In the next moment, a golden longsword appeared in Ao Tian's hand. This golden longsword was a mid-level yuan weapon, and it was very powerful. The golden longsword in Ao Tian's hand danced unceasingly. Rays of tyrannical sword light danced in the sky. His imposing manner shook the heavens. Proud cloud sword technique. All of a sudden, Ao Tian let out a low roar and instantly displayed the proud cloud sword technique. In the sky, countless sword lights directly gathered together and turned into the shape of a cloud. Although this cloud-shaped sword light didn't have the slightest trace of a dangerous aura, no one dared to underestimate this cloud. This was because the proud cloud sword technique was Ao Tian's famous sword technique. It was very powerful, and the reason why Ao Tian could reach the top 3 was because of this. When he saw Ao Tian use the proud cloud sword technique, Xu Feiqi smiled faintly and said, "This is good too. We can end this battle in one go." As soon as Xu Feiqi said that, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a buzzing sound. Long sky sword technique. Xu Feiqi shouted in a low voice as he unleashed the long sky sword technique. A sword light suddenly appeared within the pitch-black long sword. This ray of sword light was very ordinary, and it directly hit the cloud in the sky. Boom 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 boom. When the plain-looking sword light hit the clouds, it instantly shattered the clouds and headed straight for proud heaven. The cloud did not even have the strength to resist before it was shattered. Seeing this, Ao Tian's face changed and he shouted, "How is this possible?" At this time, many of the higher-ups on the VIP platform were discussing. Xu Feiqi's sword technique is very powerful. It seems to have reached the minute subtlety realm. Yes, with Xu Feiqi's current sword technique, it would be easy for him to defeat Ao Tian. If he had not met Xu Feiqi, Ao Tian might have been able to improve further. While the higher-ups on the VIP platform were sighing, there was a commotion in the martial arts arena. Oh my god, Xu Feiqi is so powerful. He is so powerful. An ordinary ray of sword light was able to pierce through Ao Tian's attack. Xu Feiqi hid his strength too well. If he had not deliberately suppressed his cultivation, he would have reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, Xu Feiqi is very stubborn. He wants to reach the 9th level of the body refining tower before he is willing to enter the advanced area. Fang Chen heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples and nodded slightly. Chapter 131. Puqi. Ao Tian tried his best to avoid this ordinary swordlight, but no matter how hard he tried, he was still locked on by the swordlight. With a Puqi sound, a sword wound appeared on Ao Tian's arm, and blood flowed out. Ao Tian's body kept retreating. When he tried to stabilize his body, the clouds in the sky had already shattered. Ao Tian's hands were trembling and his face was filled with unwillingness. After struggling for a while, Ao Tian raised his head and looked at Xu Feiqi with his deep eyes. "Xu Feiqi, you are very strong. I have lost." After saying that, Ao Tian tiptoed and left the martial arts arena. Ao Tian had lost the match, which meant that he could only compete with the loser of the other match for 3rd place. This was a huge blow to Ao Tian. Xu Feiqi wins. The referee announced. Xu Feiqi nodded slightly and left the martial arts arena. The next match was naturally the battle between the dark horse Fang Chen and the second-ranked Li Yang. When the two of them stood on the martial arts arena, Li Yang's eyes flashed with disdain. "Fang Chen, you are very unlucky. You will definitely lose if you fight with me," Li Yang said in a deep voice. "Is that so? I don't think I will lose," Fang Chen said casually. "For me. Anyone can talk big, but the final result will often be beyond your expectations," Li Yang said. "I don't think the result will be beyond my expectations," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words made Li Yang frown a little. Then, Li Yang said, "In that case, I will use my actions to prove to you how naive your thinking is." As soon as Li Yang finished speaking, the long sword in his hand trembled violently. Then, Li Yang displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship. Clearwater swordsmanship. The Clearwater swordsmanship was Li Yang's main swordsmanship. It was extremely powerful. When Li Yang displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship, Fang Chen directly displayed the Tai dispersing light swordsmanship. Tai dispersing light swordsmanship, 8th level. The 8th level of the Tai dispersing light swordsmanship was displayed. An extremely powerful swordlight appeared in the sky and collided with Li Yang's swordlight. Bang bang bang. After the two collided, a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen and Li Yang's bodies continuously retreated. When Fang Chen finally stabilized his body, he discovered that Li Yang had already launched an attack. "Good timing," Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He once again displayed the 8th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique. At the same time, Fang Chen held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand fiercely brandished. When the two sword lights collided, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword also collided with Li Yang's long sword. Because the force was too tyrannical, the hidden dragon sword directly caused a crack to appear on Li Yang's long sword. Damn it! Li Yang couldn't help but curse when he saw this. However, at this moment, Li Yang felt another tyrannical aura. "Yeah, you're courting death." Li Yang sneered when he realized that Fang Chen was using a palm technique to attack him. At this moment, a bright light appeared in Fang Chen's left palm. This light contained tyrannical power. Fang Chen had already practiced the leaving traces palm to the perfection realm. Although its power wasn't as tyrannical as the Tai diffraction sword technique, it could still achieve unexpected results when caught off guard. Bang! Le Yang's palm blasted out and directly collided with Fang Chen's palm. However, when the two palms collided, Le Yang discovered that something was wrong. With a bang, Le Yang's body flew out. In the sky, Le Yang's sword light was instantly shattered by Fang Chen's sword light. In this round of competition, Fang Chen had the upper hand. On the rostrum, many of the higher-ups were surprised. They didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to be so tyrannical. Not only is Fang Chen's swordsmanship exquisite, but even his palm technique is so exquisite. This kid is not simple. His palm technique just now is very strange. Maybe he can win against Le Yang. I wonder if he has any other tricks up his sleeve. While many of the higher-ups were surprised, Xu Feiqi, who was in the martial arts arena, smiled. He is indeed a grade 4 sword principal genius. Not only is his swordsmanship exquisite, but his palm technique is also exquisite, said Xu Feiqi. In the crowd, Zhuge Yuan and the other three were filled with excitement. Fang Chen is too powerful. It hasn't been long, but he can already fight Le Yang to this extent, said Cheng Fei. Yeah. If someone told me a month ago that Fang Chen could fight Le Yang to a standstill during the Disciples tournament, I wouldn't have believed it. Fatty Xiao Haobo grinned. Fang Chen's progress is too fast. He wasn't even this strong when we were in the ancient ruins, said Du Gufeng. Yeah, Fang Chen is a monster. He can't be judged by common sense, said Zhuge Yuan with a faint smile. On the martial arts arena, the battle between Le Yang and Fang Chen was getting more and more intense. However, as time passed, Fang Chen gradually gained the upper hand. Fang Chen had the upper hand in terms of weapon, swordsmanship, and palm technique. All of these allowed Le Yang to be suppressed. Damn it, Le Yang cursed as he attacked. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. He felt helpless. Clearwater swordsmanship. Le Yang gritted his teeth and displayed the Clearwater swordsmanship. A green swordlight attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not hesitate to display the Tai dispersing swordsmanship. At the same time, he also displayed the wild goose scar palm with his left palm. In fact, Fang Chen could use the solitary heavenly void fist. However, Fang Chen believed that this fist technique was his trump card. He could not reveal it in advance. He had to save it for the final battle with Xu Feiqi. Boom! After a series of collisions, Le Yang's body was sent flying. When Le Yang stabilized himself, Fang Chen instantly appeared in front of him. Fang Chen clenched his fists and sent one punch after another at Le Yang. Everyone on the viewing platform was shocked to see Fang Chen's fists. What? Fang Chen's physical strength is actually so tyrannical, exclaimed one of the higher-ups. As the higher-ups of the intermediate region, they were naturally able to see that Fang Chen's fists were filled with pure power. This kid really isn't simple. His physical body has at least reached the peak of silver body. Do you think he might be the one who reached the golden body realm? Asked one of the higher-ups suddenly. Hearing this elder's words, the other upper echelons were shocked. They all looked at Fang Chen. Now that you say it, it's very likely. If it was Xu Feiqi, he would definitely have broken through after completing his goal. But he hasn't broken through yet. That means he isn't the one who entered the 9th floor. Once the Disciples competition is over, we have to properly investigate. If the one who entered the 9th floor is Fang Chen, we have to nurture him. Bang! On the martial stage, Fang Chen sent Le Yang flying with a single punch. Le Yang fainted on the ground, and the referee announced that Fang Chen was the winner. Following Fang Chen's victory, the atmosphere was ignited. Countless cultivators were shouting Fang Chen's name. Even the top 10 disciples who had not approved of Fang Chen nodded to Fang Chen. Kamikaze Kenbu was a place where the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you would be able to gain the respect of others. When Fang Chen came down from the martial stage, countless disciples greeted Fang Chen. Even Hong Yun and Yang Yong, who had a grudge with Fang Chen, took the initiative to walk up to Fang Chen and apologize to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, we were wrong in the past. We had a small conflict with you. I hope you won't hold it against us. Hong Yun lowered his head and said to Fang Chen. Yang Yong, who was beside him, looked helpless. When Fang Chen heard this, he grinned. He wouldn't hold it against them unless they wanted to kill him. Fang Chen, you're so powerful. You're now a famous person in the middle area. When Fang Chen came to Zhuge Yuan's side, Fatty Xiao Haobo punched Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen, congratulations, Cheng Fei said with a grin. Fang Chen, you and Xu Feiqi will be fighting in the next battle. Are you confident? Du Gufeng asked. Zhuge Yuan and the others also looked at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen heard this, he said, my goal is to take first place. When they heard Fang Chen's words, Zhuge Yuan and the others couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. It seemed like Fang Chen's ambition wasn't small. If someone else said this, they would definitely think that the other party was arrogant. However, it was different when it was said by Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen had the qualifications to say it. Kamikaze Kenbu, the middle area's grand competition, was bustling. In the Holy Wind mountain range, Yuan Batian walked with a gloomy face. His goal was Kamikaze Kenbu. The current Yuan Batian gave off a gloomy feeling, but no one could tell what had changed. Fang Chen, this time I will definitely kill you. Yuan Batian said in a low voice. The current Yuan Batian was no longer the Yuan Batian of the past. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th realm, and his strength was very strong. Yuan Batian was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. The reason why he wanted to kill Fang Chen in the Kamikaze Kenbu's grand competition was to let everyone know that he, Yuan Batian, was still the best in Kamikaze Kenbu. Just as Yuan Batian was walking, a demon beast suddenly appeared and attacked Yuan Batian. Damn it! Yuan Batian saw this and snorted coldly. He clenched his fist and punched out. After the demon beast was hit by his fist, it died instantly. If there was anyone present, they would have been shocked. This was because the demon beast that Yuan Batian had just killed was at the early stage of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. To be able to kill a 7th realm demon beast with a single punch, one could imagine how strong Yuan Batian was. Kill Fang Chen, then defeat Xu Feiqi and become the champion of the middle area, Yuan Batian said. Although Xu Feiqi's true strength was comparable to the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian was confident that he could defeat him. Chapter 132. The intermediate area disciple competition had been going on for so long, and it had almost reached the most lively moment. The strongest dark horse, Fang Chen, had easily defeated Le Yang, who was ranked second. This scene had shocked many disciples. Xu Feiqi, who was ranked first, had also defeated Ao Tian, who was ranked third, with his overwhelming strength. If the majority of the disciples had supported Xu Feiqi before, now some of them had started to support Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was enough to challenge Xu Feiqi. Of course, the higher-ups sitting on the main stage were paying attention to Fang Chen. This was because they guessed that Fang Chen was the disciple who had entered the 9th floor of the body refining tower. Amidst the commotion, Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi stepped onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, your strength has improved a lot compared to a month ago. I am looking forward to fighting with you, said Xu Feiqi. I also hope to fight with you, said Fang Chen. Xu Feiqi nodded and said, in that case, let's not waste any more time. Let's each use our strongest moves and decide the winner in one move. Hearing Xu Feiqi's words, Fang Chen nodded. All of a sudden, 2 wild auras appeared on the martial arts stage and engulfed the entire martial arts stage. Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi's auras were extremely dense. Countless disciples opened their eyes wide and looked at the two of them. They did not want to miss such an exciting battle. My strongest sword art is the long sky sword art. I have a total of 9 swords. When I fought with Ao Tian, I only used 7 swords. This time, I will directly use 9 swords, said Xu Feiqi softly as he held his sword. Hearing Xu Feiqi's words, the disciples below the stage were in an uproar. Xu Feiqi had actually hidden his strength when he fought with Ao Tian. Oh my god, how strong is Xu Feiqi's true strength? He only used 7 swords when he fought with Ao Tian. This time, Xu Feiqi is going all out. With all 9 swords, even Fang Chen might not be able to stop him. I wonder if Fang Chen has any other tricks up his sleeve. If he only has the same sword technique as before, I'm afraid he won't be a match for Xu Feiqi. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Xu Feiqi gripped his sword tightly and tapped the ground with the tip of his feet. Eternal Sky Sword Art. All of a sudden, Xu Feiqi bellowed and unleashed the Eternal Heaven Sword technique. A series of sword hums erupted from the long sword. In the next moment, 9 extremely powerful sword lights emerged from the tip of the long sword. The 9 swords of Long Heaven was Xu Feiqi's strongest attack. He was confident that even Fang Chen wouldn't be a match for him if he used the 9 swords of Long Heaven. When Fang Chen saw the 9 swords of Long Heaven in the sky, his face turned solemn. 9 swords of Long Heaven? Fang Chen's face turned solemn as his eyes flickered. In the end, he slowly kept his hidden dragon sword. Seeing Fang Chen keeping his hidden dragon sword, the disciples in the martial arts practice field were in an uproar. They were puzzled as to why Fang Chen kept his hidden dragon sword. Could it be that he knew that he couldn't defeat Xu Feiqi and was giving up? Fang Chen put away his sword. Is he going to give up? Xu Feiqi is too strong. Fang Chen knows that he can't withstand the 9 swords of Long Heaven. I guess he's giving up. Fang Chen can't be blamed. After all, he hasn't been in Kamikaze Kenbu for as long as Xu Feiqi. Yeah. If Fang Chen is given more time, he might be able to surpass Xu Feiqi. Many disciples had different opinions. At this moment, on the martial arts practice field, Fang Chen kept his hidden dragon sword. He clenched his fists tightly and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. That aura directly entered Fang Chen's fist. Heavenly Void Fist. Fang Chen gave a low cry and executed the Solitary Emptiness Fist. The Heavenly Void Solitary Void Fist, a 3rd-grade cultivation technique, was much more powerful than the Tai Diffraction Sword. When the upper echelons on the rostrum saw the fist technique that Fang Chen had executed, they were shocked. What fist technique is this? Why is it so exquisite? Asked someone. This kid really isn't simple. Not only is his sword technique exquisite, but even his fist technique has reached such a level. It's hard to say who will win. On the martial arts practice field, Fang Chen's fist fiercely shot out. An incomparably powerful fist light appeared in the sky. This was Fang Chen's first time using the Heavenly Void Fist. This was the Heavenly Void Daoist's signature move. It was his life's lost technique. It was extremely powerful. There were a total of 3 fist techniques, and Fang Chen had only mastered the first one. Rumble. The instant the Heavenly Void Fist appeared, the entire sky darkened. The sound of thunder instantly rang out. What fist technique is this? At this moment, even Xu Feiqi's face was filled with shock. He could clearly feel that when Fang Chen used this fist technique, his body seemed to be imprisoned. Suppression. After Xu Feiqi recovered from his shock, he increased the power of the 9 swords of the Long Heavens. The 9 sword lights in the sky fiercely pierced towards the fist light. At that moment, everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the scene. After this battle, no matter who won the battle, they were destined to be recorded in the history of the Divine Windsword Mansion. Boom! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed. When the 9 sword lights pierced the fist radiance, a deafening sound erupted. Break! Under everyone's gaze, the 9 sword lights pierced the fist light. Xu Feiqi's face was filled with joy. He roared, wanting to completely destroy Fang Chen's attack. However, before he could celebrate, something strange happened in the sky. The strength of the Heavenly Void Fist was revealed at this moment. Crack! The fist light in the sky shook slightly, instantly shattering one of the sword lights. However, at this moment, Xu Feiqi still believed that his 9 swords of the Long Heavens could defeat Fang Chen. Crack! However, when he heard the continuous cracking sounds, Xu Feiqi's face finally turned serious. Boom! When the last ray of sword light was shattered by the fist radiance, a shocking aura instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. In the next moment, Fang Chen's Heavenly Void Fist exploded in the sky. Countless disciples quickly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. The battle between the two was too intense. Even a Qi Transformation Realm disciple would not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Crash! When all the aura on the martial arts arena dissipated, Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi stood quietly on the martial arts arena. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was calm and expressionless. On the other hand, Xu Feiqi's face was filled with helplessness. After a long while, Xu Feiqi opened his mouth. "I've lost," Xu Feiqi said softly. Only Xu Feiqi knew that Fang Chen's fist technique was too overbearing. His 9 swords of the long heavens was no match for it. If Fang Chen had not controlled the fist light to explode in the sky at the last moment, Xu Feiqi would have been seriously injured if the fist light had hit him. As he spoke, Xu Feiqi clasped his hands at Fang Chen to express his gratitude. Then, Xu Feiqi's body flashed and he left the martial arts arena. "Fang Chen, I will not give up so easily," Xu Feiqi said before leaving. The entire martial arts arena became silent in an instant. All the martial artists were shocked as they looked at Fang Chen on the martial arts arena. Even the many upper echelons on the rostrum were staring at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was not only talented in swordsmanship, but he was also extremely talented in martial arts. Such a genius was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime talent in kamikaze kenbu. After a long while, the referee finally reacted. "Fang Chen wins," the referee said excitedly. Following the referee's announcement, the entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. Countless disciples were discussing the fact that Fang Chen had defeated Xu Feiqi. "Oh my god, am I dreaming? Fang Chen actually defeated Xu Feiqi," Cheng Fei said as he shook his head. "I thought Fang Chen's swordsmanship was already powerful enough. I did not expect his fist skill to be even more powerful than his swordsmanship," Du Gufeng said as his eyes were filled with passion. "I'm so envious. If only I was as powerful as Fang Chen, how great would that be?" Fatty Xiao Haobo shouted. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan looked at Fang Chen with his deep eyes and finally nodded his head heavily. "Ha ha ha, this guy is too talented. He will definitely be the one to enter the 9th level of the body refining tower," someone on the VIP stand said. "That's right. From now on, all the resources of kamikaze kenbu will be given to him. A once-in-a-lifetime talent. With his potential, he will definitely be comparable to the 8 great kings and the 4 heavenly kings. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since such a genius appeared." Fang Chen defeated Xu Feiqi and successfully won the first place in this year's Disciples Grand Competition. From now on, Fang Chen was destined to be a famous person in kamikaze kenbu. Although the first and second place had been decided, the Disciples Grand Competition was not over yet. There was still one more battle between Ao Tian and Le Yang. They were going to fight for the 3rd place. However, after seeing the battle between Fang Chen and Xu Feiqi, no one was in the mood to watch this battle. In the end, the two of them fought casually. Le Yang defeated Ao Tian and won the 3rd place, while Ao Tian became the 4th. Initially, they thought that Xu Feiqi would remain in 1st place without any surprises. However, they didn't expect Fang Chen's group of dark horses to be so powerful. This year's Disciples Grand Competition, Fang Chen is in the 1st place, the referee said loudly. At this moment, Fang Chen was the focus of everyone's attention. He had become the absolute king of the Disciples Grand Competition. However, just as the referee finished his sentence, a sound came from afar. "Fang Chen is in the 1st place. I'm the first to object." After hearing this voice, everyone was surprised. They turned around and saw that the person who had come was Yuan Batian, who had been missing for a long time. Chapter 133. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian. Fang Chen's voice contained a trace of killing intent. Yuan Batian arrived at the martial arts practice field and stepped onto the martial arts practice field. He glanced at Fang Chen and then turned to look at the VIP stand. "Elders, am I considered a middle disciple?" asked Yuan Batian. "Of course," said an elder. "Since I'm a middle disciple, then do I have the qualifications to participate in this year's disciple competition?" asked Yuan Batian. "Of course. But I haven't even participated in the disciple competition. Why did the judge announce Fang Chen as 1st place?" asked Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Batian's question, the elders on the rostrum frowned slightly. One of them explained, "Yuan Batian, Although you are an intermediate disciple, you missed the time of the competition. Moreover, Fang Chen defeated Xu Feiqi. The first place belongs to him. Yuan Batian shook his head and said, Elder, I, Yuan Batian, am not convinced that Fang Chen is the winner. Then what do you want? Asked an elder. Only if he can defeat me, said Yuan Batian. As soon as Yuan Batian finished speaking, before the elders could say anything, Fang Chen spoke up. Yuan Batian, since you want to fight, then I'll fight you, said Fang Chen icily. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The elders on the viewing platform discussed among themselves. In the end, they unanimously decided to have Yuan Batian fight Fang Chen. Although they didn't think Yuan Batian would be able to defeat Fang Chen. Alright, if that's the case, then Yuan Batian will fight against Fang Chen. After the battle, we will announce the winner of this year's disciple competition, said the elder. Following the elder's words, Yuan Batian walked to the center of the martial arts arena. His body emitted a terrifying aura as he stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, let's settle the old scores between us once and for all, Yuan Batian said in a deep voice. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He felt that Yuan Batian was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about him. Alright, let's settle it, said Fang Chen. Boom. Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, Yuan Batian directly released his tyrannical aura. A shocking aura swept through the entire martial arts arena. What? All the disciples exclaimed in surprise. From Yuan Baishan's aura, they could feel that Yuan Baishan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Yuan Baishan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th realm. Fang Chen might not be his match. An elder on the main platform said worriedly. Elder, don't worry. Have you forgotten how Fang Chen defeated Xu Feiqi? Comforted another elder. On the martial stage, when Fang Chen sensed Yuan Baishan's aura, he nodded. So this was the source of his strange feeling. Yuan Batian, I don't know what you've been through, but I do know that even if you're at the peak of the 7th realm, you're still no match for me, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Crash. The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he used the Tai dispersing sword. Whoosh. The sword trembled. Rays of sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword, floating in the air. Under Fang Chen's control, they rushed towards Yuan Batian. Bang! Yuan Batian clenched his fists and threw a wild punch at the incoming sword light. With a cracking sound, the sword light was completely shattered. Fang Chen, is that all you've got? Yuan Batian sneered. Are you sure you want to compete with me in fist techniques? Asked Fang Chen. No matter what move you use, you're not my match. As Yuan Batian spoke, he waved his fist and punched Fang Chen again and again. His attacks were filled with murderous intent. The reason Yuan Batian had returned to Kamikaze Kenbu was to kill Fang Chen. Annihilation Fist. Yuan Batian roared. The Annihilation Fist smashed out. A fist the size of a head appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen used the Tai dispersing sword and the solitary emptiness fist at the same time. Rumble. The solitary emptiness fist was too powerful. As soon as it appeared, countless disciples in the martial stage felt their hearts palpitate. Boom. When the solitary emptiness fist and annihilation fist collided, they immediately exploded. Fang Chen and Yuan Batian both retreated several steps. How can your fist technique be so strong? Yuan Baishan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems I'll have to use my trump card, thought Yuan Batian. In the next moment, Yuan Batian used the Annihilation Fist once more. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but Fang Chen's solitary emptiness fist was stronger than his Annihilation Fist. Rumble. In the sky, the two fists continuously collided. Just as Fang Chen unleashed the solitary sky void fist with all his might, a small round ball suddenly appeared in Yuan Baishan's left hand. Then, Yuan Batian shook his wrist and the small round ball shot directly towards Fang Chen. On the rostrum, many of the upper echelons who were watching the battle between the two suddenly noticed the small round ball. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the golden fragment sphere, shouted an elder. The higher-ups knew the power of the golden fragment sphere. Only now did they realize that Yuan Batian wanted to kill Fang Chen. Let's attack together. Suddenly, several elders took action, trying to stop the golden shards from hitting Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen seemed to have noticed this as well. He performed the solitary heavenly void fist again and punched the golden shards directly. Fang Chen, you're dead. After throwing the golden fragment sphere, Yuan Batian's figure flashed and left the martial stage. He quickly escaped from Kamikaze Kenbu. At this moment, the martial stage was in chaos. All the higher-ups were rushing towards Fang Chen. They had no time to care about Yuan Batian. Rumble. Fang Chen's solitary emptiness fist directly hit the golden fragment sphere. Suddenly, the tyrannical energy within the golden fragment sphere exploded. Crash. At this critical moment, several elders joined forces and directly cast a formation. In an instant, the wild energy was sealed within the formation. Boom. Even though they were sealed within the array, they were still able to see the wild energy vibrating within it. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If the elders didn't join forces to set up the formation, once he was hit by the golden fragment sphere's energy, he would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Damn it! Fang Chen could not help but curse. He glanced at the few elders on the martial arts stage before looking into the distance. After which, his body flashed and he quietly left. Yuan Batian, this time, no matter what, I won't let you leave. Fang Chen said coldly. In the Holy Wind mountain range, Yuan Batian was running wildly. He didn't want to die in Kamikaze Kenbu. Haha, Fang Chen, you're dead. Yuan Batian laughed wildly as he ran. However, just as he was running, he suddenly sensed an aura behind him. His face slightly changed. Someone is chasing me. Yuan Batian said in a deep voice and increased his speed. However, Fang Chen's speed was faster than his. In a short while, he caught up with him. Yuan Batian, you can't escape. Fang Chen roared in anger. Whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chen's body approached Yuan Batian, he suddenly swung the solitary emptiness fist at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian was forced to stop and turn around to block. In a flash, Fang Chen caught up with Yuan Batian. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. Yuan Batian, if I don't kill you today, I, Fang Chen, swear that I'm not a human, Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen, you're really lucky. Even the golden fragment ball couldn't kill you. Yuan Batian said in a deep voice. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen didn't want to give Yuan Batian a chance and suddenly used the solitary emptiness fist. Rumble. The two instantly engaged in battle. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with anger, so his attacks were very fierce. In a short while, Fang Chen completely suppressed Yuan Batian. Go to hell! Fang Chen roared and pushed the first punch of the solitary emptiness fist to the extreme. It directly smashed on Yuan Batian's head. Save me! Yuan Batian was suppressed by Fang Chen's aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. With a catcher sound, his annihilation fist was shattered by Fang Chen. Yuan Batian roared when he sensed danger approaching. Just as Yuan Batian said that, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared. With a flick of his wrist, a grey ray of light collided with Fang Chen's fistlight, causing the fistlight to explode in the air. What a piece of trash! The black figure glanced at Yuan Batian and coldly said, Oh, Yuan Batian, you actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen looked at the black figure and coldly said, Brat, you know quite a lot. You actually know about our Yellow Spring sect. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. The black figure coldly said. Cough cough. Yuan Batian slowly stood up from the ground. His face was pale as he angrily looked at Fang Chen and said, Help me kill him and I'll agree to all your demands. All right. The black figure eerily said. In an instant, the black figure used a fierce attack and attacked Fang Chen. Solitary emptiness fist. Fang Chen used the solitary emptiness fist and collided with the black figure's fist. His body was forced back. No wonder that trash Yuan Batian lost to you. The black figure eerily said. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the black figure. At this moment, he was racking his brains to think of a way to stall for time and wait for the Kamikaze Kenbu's higher-ups to arrive. Chapter 134. I know you're stalling for time, the black figure suddenly said. Fang Chen was startled when he heard that. However, I won't give you the chance to stall for time. Before the old man from Kamikaze Kenbu arrives, I'll kill you, the black figure said. In front of absolute strength, you're just an ant, the black figure said. As soon as the black figure finished speaking, a strong black aura suddenly appeared around him. The black aura directly merged into his fist. Then, the black figure threw a punch at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression changed. The black figure's punch was too powerful. He couldn't block it at all. Am I going to die here? Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from here, an old beggar was walking leisurely. Suddenly, the old beggar's expression changed. He said, why is there such an aura? As soon as he finished speaking, the old beggar's figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak in an instant. When the old beggar appeared again, he instantly noticed Fang Chen and the black figure. When he saw the black figure, his expression changed. Remnant of the Yellow Spring Sect. As soon as the old beggar finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He waved his hand gently and blocked the black figure's powerful punch. The black figure was forced to retreat. He stabilized his body and looked coldly at the old beggar who suddenly appeared. He asked, "Who are you?" I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect, the old beggar said with a smile. Since I've met you, I'll just take care of you, the old beggar said and pointed his finger. Although it looked like a simple point, the black figure's heart was filled with horror when he saw it. No. At this moment, the black figure couldn't move. He looked at the old beggar in horror. Boom. When the finger touched the black figure's body, the black figure instantly exploded. Even his soul was blown to pieces. After doing all this, the old beggar prepared to leave. Senior, thank you for saving my life. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the old beggar. You don't have to thank me. I attacked because the other party is a remnant of the Yellow Springs sect, the old beggar said. Senior, could you tell me your name? I will definitely repay you for your kindness today, Fang Chen asked. The beggar old man parted his mouth and smiled when he heard this. Immediately, he shook his head and said, when you are strong enough, you will know who I am. As for repaying your kindness, let's talk about it in the future. After the old beggar finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Fang Chen was stunned. His heart was in turmoil. Even a Chi-Hai warrior would not be as strong as the old beggar. It must be a reclusive almighty who just happened to pass by, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Looking at the black figure that was blown to pieces, Fang Chen looked at the injured Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian, you colluded with the Yellow Springs sect. Dying 100 times won't be enough. Fang Chen said coldly as he walked towards Yuan Batian. Fang Chen, let me go. I was also possessed. Yuan Batian begged for mercy. Fang Chen shook his head and waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand, killing Yuan Batian in a single strike. People like you will only be trouble if left alive, Fang Chen said softly. After Fang Chen killed Yuan Batian, the upper echelons of the Kamikaze Kenbu hurriedly rushed over. When they saw the scene, their faces were filled with complex emotions. Fang Chen, are you all right? An elder asked. We were on our way here when we sensed a strong aura. We were worried that something might have happened to you. Another elder said. Fang Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. Yuan Batian colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. I almost died, but I was saved by an old beggar. After listening to Fang Chen's explanation, the upper echelons were furious. Yuan Batian actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. He deserved to die. But now that he was killed by Fang Chen, it could be considered as cleaning up the mess for the Kamikaze Kenbu. However, they were a little confused. Who was the old beggar that saved Fang Chen? After thinking for a while, they could not figure it out. In the end, they gave up. Let's go back. After that, everyone returned to the Kamikaze Kenbu. On the way back, The elder explained to Fang Chen about the golden shard ball. The golden shard ball was a very terrifying weapon. During the refining process, the golden shard ball was injected with strong power by an extreme refiner. Once it exploded, the power was unimaginable. At the very least, a warrior in the Qi transformation realm would not be able to withstand it. This time, it was fortunate that there were a few elders. Otherwise, Fang Chen would have met with a disaster if he had encountered the golden fragment ball. After returning to the kamikaze Kenbu, the upper echelons left one after another. Fang Chen also returned to his residence. The news of Fang Chen defeating Xu Feiqi spread throughout the intermediate area. Countless disciples were talking about it. 3 days later, Fang Chen received news that he did not need to continue cultivating in the intermediate area. He could enter the advanced area. After receiving the news, Fang Chen bid farewell to Zhuge Yuan and the others. Then, under the guidance of the elders, he entered the advanced area. As for Xu Feiqi, after being defeated by Fang Chen, he had been cultivating in seclusion on the 8th level of the body refining tower, hoping to break through to the 9th level. Once he broke through to the 9th level, he would break through to the Qi transformation realm and become an advanced disciple. The advanced area was located on the highest peak of the Holy Wind mountain range. The entire peak was where the disciples of the advanced area cultivated. When Fang Chen arrived at the advanced area, he immediately felt the rich spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here was twice as rich as that of the intermediate area. This was the best place for warriors to cultivate. Elder Shihe, this is Fang Chen, the elder who led Fang Chen in said to an elder in the advanced area. Oh, he is Fang Chen? Elder Shihe's eyes lit up when he heard the name Fang Chen. Disciple Fang Chen greets Elder Shihe. Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Obviously, Elder Shihe had heard about Fang Chen's victory over Xu Feiqi, so he attached great importance to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, from today onwards, you are an advanced disciple. I will bring you to your residence, Elder Shihe said. After bidding farewell to the elder who led him in, Fang Chen followed Elder Shihe to the residence of the advanced area. This is your residence. If you need anything in the future, you can look for me. This booklet introduces the situation of the high-class area. Take a good look at it. Elder Shihe handed Fang Chen a booklet and turned to leave. Fang Chen looked around, then sat on a stone bench in the courtyard and flipped through the booklet. On the first page of the booklet was an introduction to the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings of the advanced area. In the advanced area, there were 12 disciples. They were the top disciples in the entire kamikaze Kenbu. They were called the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings. The 4 heavenly kings were all in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and they were all on the Shungfeng nation's Qi ranking. According to the rules of the Shungfeng nation's Qi ranking, one had to be under the age of 25 and be in the Qi transformation realm to be qualified to be on the Qi ranking. There were 30 spots on the Shungfeng nation's Qi ranking, and the 4 heavenly kings occupied 4 of them. The 8 kings were disciples in the kamikaze Kenbu who were second only to the 4 heavenly kings. They were also very powerful, but none of them were on the Qi ranking. The first page introduced the personal situations of the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings. From the second page onward, it introduced some of the training places in the advanced area. Before Fang Chen could finish reading the introduction in the booklet, he heard shouting outside the courtyard. Then, Fang Chen saw the door to his courtyard open, and a few disciples walked in. You are Fang Chen, the new advanced disciple? Asked a tall and skinny disciple. That's right. I am Fang Chen. What business do you have with me? Asked Fang Chen, puzzled. I heard that you defeated Xu Feiqi in the intermediate area. Your strength is comparable to the peak of the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, but your cultivation is only at the 4th realm, said another disciple. Fang Chen frowned, but did not say anything. We 3 brothers don't have any other intentions. We just want to see if you are as strong as they say you are. We won't bully you. As long as you defeat one of us, we will acknowledge you and won't disturb you in the future. Hearing this, Fang Chen understood. It seemed that these 3 had bullied the new advanced disciples quite a bit. Chapter 135. Lei Hong's cultivation had reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. In the advanced area, he was considered to be at the bottom. However, Lei Hong often bullied the new disciples with his status as a senior in the advanced area. There had been a few disciples who had been bullied by him before. This time, when they found out that Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, Lei Hong and the other two were prepared to extort Fang Chen to see if they could get anything out of him. Thus, this scene unfolded before their eyes. Fang Chen looked at the three people in front of him with a strange smile in his eyes. Naturally, he could see through their cultivation. With his current strength, even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be his match. Originally, Fang Chen felt that it was beneath him to take action. However, after giving it some thought, he decided that since he had entered the high-level area, he should properly intimidate these players. Otherwise, any random Tom, Dick, or Harry would come looking for trouble in the future. "You three can come at me together," Fang Chen said indifferently. "What? You want us three to come at you together? Kid, are you looking for death?" Lei Hong sneered. The two disciples beside Lei Hong also had mocking smiles in their eyes. A new disciple like him actually dared to challenge the three of them. "If you don't attack, you won't have a chance," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lei Hong and the other two were furious. They were seniors in the advanced area. To be mocked by a new disciple was a humiliation. "Fang Chen, don't regret this," Lei Hong said coldly. In the next moment, Lei Hong and the other two attacked. They used all their strength to surround Fang Chen. Lei Hong thought to himself that he would definitely teach Fang Chen a lesson he would never forget. However, a minute later, 3 loud sounds rang out. Looking over, Lei Hong and the other two fell heavily to the ground. Their postures were extremely unsightly. "Damn it!" Lei Hong cursed as he fell to the ground. His arms were sore and his body was weak. "Scram," Fang Chen said coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lei Hong and the other two were so scared that they pissed their pants. They immediately fled from Fang Chen's courtyard. Lei Hong and the other two had kicked an iron plate this time. However, Fang Chen didn't really make a move. Otherwise, the three of them would have lost their lives. In the time that followed, Fang Chen worked hard at his cultivation. Finally, after a month of hard work, Fang Chen broke through from the peak of the 4th realm to the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. After reaching the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen's Tai diffraction sword had also reached the 9th tier. Furthermore, Fang Chen had already cultivated it to the perfect realm. "Right now, I don't even fear a disciple at the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm," Fang Chen said softly. One day after Fang Chen came out of seclusion, a group of people came to his courtyard. At the front of the group was Lei Hong. At this time, Lei Hong stuck his head out and looked around. He was deeply afraid of Fang Chen's attack. "Senior brother Peng, this is Fang Chen's residence," Lei Hong said in a low voice. Hearing Lei Hong's words, Peng Fei narrowed his eyes and roared, "Fang Chen, get out here." Fang Chen, who was resting, was suddenly startled by this voice. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked out of the courtyard. "You're Fang Chen?" Peng Fei asked coldly when he saw Fang Chen come out. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked coldly with a hint of displeasure between his brows. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that Lei Hong is my brother," Peng Fei said with a savage expression. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. He immediately said, "So you're here to help Lei Hong get back at him?" "That's right. You injured my brother Lei Hong. You have to give me an explanation for this matter, or I, Peng Fei, won't show you any mercy," Peng Fei said. Looks like the lesson from last time wasn't deep enough. Fang Chen looked at Lei Hong with a grin. Seeing Fang Chen's smile, Lei Hong's body involuntarily trembled. His footsteps were light, and he stood behind Peng Fei. Peng Fei's cultivation had reached the early 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. He was very strong, and although he wasn't considered much in the high-level area, at least no one was willing to provoke him. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Peng Fei's eyebrows raised slightly. His expression was cold as he said in a low voice, "Kid, Looks like you don't intend to give me an explanation. So what if I don't give you an explanation? Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Peng Fei snorted coldly. The tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and his body instantly pounced towards Fang Chen. At the same time, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. As Peng Fei roared, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from his body and drilled into the long sword. Crash! Wherever the long sword passed, sword light flashed, and its power was extremely strong. Scram! Seeing this, Fang Chen instantly exploded with the power of the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. In the next instant, the hidden dragon sword in his hand directly displayed the 9th level of the Tai dispersing sword art. The tyrannical sword light directly slashed onto Peng Fei's sword light, instantly shattering it. Then the sword light carried a tyrannical aura with it as it struck Peng Fei's arm. With a miserable cry, Peng Fei's body fell to the ground. His long sword fell to the ground, and blood continuously flowed from his arm. Peng Fei felt as if his arm was about to be broken. His entire body was in pain, but at the same time, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. A disciple at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm actually had such combat power. Before this, he was a martial artist at the early 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, but he had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Monster! This was what Peng Fei thought. Seeing that Peng Fei was injured, Lei Hong and the others quickly ran to Peng Fei's side and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Peng, are you alright? Can't you see my arm right now?" Peng Fei's anger was all vented on Lei Hong and the others. Fang Chen stood quietly, holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd. Lei Hong and the others helped Peng Fei up. They had originally wanted to turn and leave, but Peng Fei refused. Peng Fei slowly walked to Fang Chen's side. Looking at Fang Chen, Peng Fei said in a low voice, "Fang Chen, this matter is my fault. Kill me if you want. You can leave." Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He would not go so far as to make things difficult for Peng Fei and the others. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Peng Fei bowed deeply to Fang Chen and turned to leave. After Lei Hong and the others walked out of Fang Chen's courtyard, Peng Fei said in a low voice, "In the future, no one is allowed to provoke Fang Chen." Peng Fei's matter was just a small interlude, but it was also because of this small interlude that Fang Chen's name gradually spread in the advanced district. All the disciples knew that although Fang Chen was a disciple in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was comparable to the 8th realm. On the 3rd day after teaching Peng Fei a lesson, Elder Shihe of the advanced district came to Fang Chen's courtyard. "Fang Chen." Elder Shihe looked at Fang Chen and said, "Elder Shihe." Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. "Fang Chen, after a unanimous discussion among the higher-ups, we are prepared to give you the resources," Elder Shihe said. After that, Elder Shihe explained to Fang Chen why they were giving him the resources. It was all because of Fang Chen's monstrous performance. Fang Chen's talent in the way of the sword was enough to amaze everyone. In addition to his exquisite sword and fist techniques, all of this made Fang Chen the hope of Kamikaze Kenbu. Therefore, the higher-ups of Kamikaze Kenbu wanted to nurture Fang Chen, hoping that Fang Chen would be able to enter the Qi ranking in the future. "From tomorrow onwards, you are free to enter and exit the Sword Will Canyon," Elder Shihe said. "Thank you, Elder Shihe." Fang Chen grinned. In the advanced area, there was a mysterious canyon. This canyon was called Sword Intent Canyon. This was because the canyon was filled with dense sword will all year round. As long as a disciple entered, they would be tempered by the sword will in the canyon. It was very difficult for warriors to condense sword will, and the Sword Will Canyon was a shortcut. Fang Chen knew that even for advanced disciples, it was very difficult for them to enter the Sword Will Canyon. It seemed that they only had one chance to enter every month, and they also had to pay a large number of spiritual stones. Now, the Sword Will Canyon was completely open to him, and he could enter it at any time. This was definitely a great benefit. "Well, you should prepare well and try to enter the Sword Will Canyon as soon as possible." Elder Shihe left after saying that. The next day, Fang Chen chose to enter the Sword Will Canyon. When Fang Chen walked into the depths of the advanced district, he instantly saw a canyon that towered into the clouds in the distance. The middle of the canyon was split open by a long sword. It was said that there was once a powerful swordsman in Kamikaze Kenbu. In order to allow warriors to quickly comprehend sword will, he displayed his tyrannical ability and split open a mountain peak with a sword. Then, the Sword Will Canyon was formed. The Sword Will Canyon was very magical. After so many years, the sword will in the canyon had always been very rich and had not dissipated at all. That is the Sword Will Canyon. Fang Chen said softly. The second step of swordsmanship was to condense sword will. Fang Chen had already comprehended the sword force to the perfection realm, and he was only one step away from condensing sword will. However, it was this small step that troubled Fang Chen for a long time. Now, he finally had the opportunity to condense sword will. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before arriving in front of the Sword Intent Canyon. In front of the Sword Will Canyon, there was a very wide plain. On this plain, there were many disciples sitting cross-legged. Of course, Fang Chen carefully observed that there was a pattern to the location of these disciples. The stronger they were, the closer they were to the Sword Will Canyon, and the weaker they were, the further they were from the Sword Will Canyon. As soon as he came to the plain outside the Sword Will Canyon, Fang Chen felt a strong sword will rushing towards him. Is this sword will? Fang Chen was very excited. As the sword will passed by, even the golden heart in Fang Chen's body rapidly beat a few times, and then it continued to be silent. Chapter 136. Hey, are you going in or not? If you're not going in, then scram. Just as Fang Chen was surprised by the Sword Intent Canyon, a discordant voice suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. When Fang Chen heard this, his expression changed. He turned around and saw a young man in luxurious robes standing behind him. What are you looking at? Don't you know who I am? Hurry up and scram. Don't block my path, said the man impatiently. Brat, hurry up and scram. Our senior brother Hua is in a good mood today and doesn't want to bicker with you. Normally, if you dared to block senior brother Hua's path, Senior Brother Hua would have already broken your legs, said a disciple behind Senior Brother Hua coldly. The path here is so wide. Why do you have to pass through me? Fang Chen also had a temper. Naturally, he wasn't happy to be spoken to like this for no reason. Brat, do you want to die? You must be a new disciple. In the high-level area, who doesn't know that I am Hua Fei? Do you believe that I won't kill you if you talk to me like this? I don't believe it, said Fang Chen. You. Hua Fei's expression changed. He was about to attack, but he was stopped by the disciple behind him. Senior Brother Hua, let's hurry up and go in. Cultivation is more important. There's no need to say anything to this kind of trash. He definitely doesn't have enough spirit stones to enter the Sword Intent Canyon. That's why he's standing here. Hua Fei coldly snorted and fiercely glared at Fang Chen. He immediately paid the spirit stones and entered the Sword Intent Canyon. Fang Chen no longer paid attention to Hua Fei. He took out his identity token and walked straight into the plains. Hua Fei, who had just entered the Sword Intent Canyon, had yet to find a place to cultivate when he discovered that Fang Chen had also entered. How did he get in? Hua Fei was a bit puzzled. However, after a disciple whispered a few words to Hua Fei's expression changed. Hua Fei quickly walked to the entrance and asked, disciples who enter the Sword Intent Canyon must pay spirit stones. Why didn't that disciple pay and you let him in? Faced with Hua Fei's question, the guard replied, he is a disciple personally appointed by the elders. The Sword Intent Canyon is open to him without restriction. What do you mean by unrestricted access? Hua Fei asked. That's right. In other words, as long as he wants to come, he can come at any time. Furthermore, he doesn't have to pay any spirit stones, the guard said. Hearing the guard's words, Hua Fei was enraged. How could a new disciple enjoy the same treatment as the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings? Hua Fei was not convinced. He walked straight to Fang Chen and said coldly, boy, tell me, did you get in through the back door? Faced with Hua Fei's question, Fang Chen coldly snorted and continued to move forward. He was looking for a place to begin his cultivation. Hua Fei's voice attracted the attention of many disciples on the plains. That's a new disciple, right? He actually got into a conflict with Hua Fei. Hua Fei is no pushover. His cultivation level is at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even in the advanced district, he can be considered one of the top disciples. Hua Fei is really something. Just because his grandfather is an elder in the advanced district, he can throw his weight around. So many disciples have been bullied by him until they don't dare to say a word. Many disciples were cultivating while discussing in low voices. Fang Chen came to an open space. Feeling that the impact of the sword intent was within his tolerance range, he sat down cross-legged. Crash! The moment Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, a strong sword intent suddenly filled the surroundings of Fang Chen. The dense sword intent continuously penetrated into Fang Chen's mind. This is sword intent. After feeling the sword intent in his mind, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of shock. Sword intent was much stronger than sword force. Just like that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to comprehend sword intent. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, Fang Chen felt that he had reached a bottleneck, so he stood up and left. Seeing that Fang Chen had left, Hua Fei said a few words to his followers before continuing to cultivate. As for the disciples he had brought along, they followed Fang Chen and left. Although Hua Fei's grandfather was an elder in the advanced district, he did not have any special privileges. Once he left the Sword Intent Canyon, he would not be able to enter for a month. It was not easy to enter, so naturally, he would not give up on cultivating because of Fang Chen. Therefore, he left the matter of teaching Fang Chen a lesson to his followers. The strength of his followers had reached the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Although they were not as strong as him, they were enough to teach Fang Chen a lesson. After Fang Chen left the Sword Intent Canyon, he noticed the disciples behind him. He simply stood in place. Fang Chen, you have offended senior brother Hua. From now on, you will not be able to move an inch in the advanced district, a disciple said coldly. Is that so? Fang Chen retorted. Fang Chen, go kowtow to senior brother Hua and apologize. Perhaps he will forgive you. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Weren't you sent by Hua Fei to teach me a lesson? What are you waiting for? Hearing Fang Chen's words, a few of the disciples revealed puzzled looks. However, in the next moment, one of the disciples took a step forward and said coldly, Fang Chen, you're just a small new disciple. How dare you challenge senior brother Hua? You're courting death. Let me teach you a lesson. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he waved the long sword in his hand. Sharp sword light filled the sky. Mid-8th realm Qi transformation realm? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he watched the disciple's attack. Just as the disciple's sword light was about to pierce Fang Chen's body, Fang Chen moved. The hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly danced. Crack! The hidden dragon sword did not hesitate to hit the sword light, instantly shattering it. In the next moment, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and clenched his fist, using the solitary void fist. Facing an early 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple, Fang Chen could easily defeat him with the Tai dispersing sword. But defeating an 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple with the Tai dispersing sword was a little difficult. Therefore, Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the solitary void fist. Boom! With a punch, the disciple who wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson was sent flying. How is this possible? The disciples cried out. Fang Chen's fist technique was so powerful that it sent an 8th realm Qi transformation realm disciple flying with one punch. Let's go together and teach him a lesson, another disciple cried out. Suddenly, 4 or 5 disciples attacked together, and a powerful aura swept across the land. Solitary void fist, first punch. Fang Chen pushed the solitary emptiness fist to the extreme and blasted out several punches in succession. Suddenly, several figures were sent flying by Fang Chen. Go back and tell Hua Fei that if he comes looking for trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Fang Chen said coldly. Let's go. The disciples endured the pain all over their bodies and quickly left. After Fang Chen returned to his residence, he began to study the Tai dispersing sword. In today's Sword Will Canyon, Fang Chen was surprised to find that the golden heart could actually silently absorb the sword will in the sword will canyon. Finally, Fang Chen found that he could actually control the sword will absorbed by the golden heart. Although it was not his sword will, if this sword will was integrated into the Tai dispersing sword, its power would definitely increase. Just like that, Fang Chen began to try to study it. 3 days later, Fang Chen finally succeeded in integrating this sword will into the hidden dragon sword. Once the Tai dispersing sword was used, the hidden dragon sword will would instantly explode, and its power would be very strong. Fang Chen made a rough estimate. Once he used this trump card, even a martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would not be a match for him. However, this was his trump card, and he could not use it lightly. After successfully integrating the sword will into the hidden dragon sword, Fang Chen found that the golden heart seemed to have weakened a little. Then, Fang Chen took out spiritual stones and began to let the golden heart absorb. Hiss. After the golden heart absorbed 200 million mid-grade spiritual stones, it regained its previous liveliness. Could it be that the golden heart's absorption of the sword will consume its energy? Fang Chen wondered. However, even if it consumed energy, it could be replenished with spiritual stones, and it could also make the golden heart stronger. For the current Fang Chen, spiritual stones were nothing. Although the golden heart had absorbed 200 million mid-grade spiritual stones, and there was still 1 billion mid-grade spiritual stones left, it was still a huge sum of money. I'll go to the sword will canyon. Fang Chen made a decision. When Fang Chen appeared in the sword will canyon again, it immediately caused a commotion among the disciples. How is this possible? Didn't he just leave the sword will canyon 3 days ago? How can he still enter now? The sword will canyon can only be entered once a month. How can he enter a second time? Other than the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 great kings, there are no exceptions. Does he have special privileges? In a moment, countless disciples were discussing. However, when Hua Fei said that Fang Chen had special privileges, many of the disciples were in an uproar. Of course, many of them expressed their anger. Why can a new disciple like him enjoy the treatment of the 4 heavenly kings, but we can't? This is not fair. There must be a conspiracy. We can't accept this. Yes, since the elders allowed him to enter the sword will canyon without restriction, they should also allow us to enter. PH, a new disciple enjoying such treatment. This is the first time I've heard of it. While talking, several disciples left their cultivation positions and slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. Obviously, they wanted to see who Fang Chen was and why he could enjoy special privileges. Boy, you're just a new disciple. How can you enjoy special privileges? A rugged warrior asked coldly. This is the decision of the elders. Fang Chen said indifferently. Chapter 137. So what if I don't accept it? Fang Chen asked. Lung Buyun's face was cold, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with anger. He, Lung Buyun, worked hard to earn spirit stones and could only enter the sword will canyon once a month. How could the person in front of him enter the sword will canyon without restriction and without paying spirit stones? What kind of treatment was this? It was the dream of every senior disciple. Kamikaze Kenbu is a place where fists speak. I don't want to waste time talking. If I win, you get out of the sword will canyon. If I lose, we'll forget about this, Lung Buyun said coldly. Fang Chen nodded and said, sure. Crash. Lung Buyun's cultivation was not as strong as Fang Chen's. He was only at the mid-8th realm of the Qi transformation realm. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he took out his long sword and held it in his hand. Draw your sword, Lung Buyun said. Since fists speak, then I'll use my fists to fight you, Fang Chen said indifferently. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding disciples all felt that Fang Chen was too arrogant. He did not even draw his sword in front of Lung Buyun. Kid, don't regret this. Lung Buyun was furious. This was a humiliation to him. Crack. A cracking sound was heard from Lung Buyun's palm. It was enough to show how furious Lung Buyun was now. Cold wind sword technique. Lung Buyun shouted in a low voice and displayed the cold wind sword technique. A sword light flashed and suddenly appeared in the sky. Fang Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. He did not expect that Lung Buyun's swordsmanship would actually contain a wisp of sword intent. Although it was an extremely obscure wisp of sword intent, Fang Chen still managed to capture it. This sword will canyon is not bad. Fang Chen sighed. Lung Buyun's sword technique contained a trace of sword intent because he had been cultivating in the sword will canyon. Solitary Void Fist. Fang Chen bellowed and performed the solitary heavenly void fist. The current Fang Chen had already cultivated the first fist to the minute subtlety realm. Its power was much stronger than before. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves. It directly hit the sword radiance that contained the sword will. All the disciples thought that Fang Chen would be sent flying by Lung Buyun, but the result was beyond their expectations. Crack Fang Chen's fist was like a piece of black iron. It directly shattered Lung Buyun's sword light and then landed a punch on Lung Buyun's body. Even Lung Buyun didn't expect Fang Chen's fist to be so domineering. Caught off guard, Lung Buyun's body flew out. Lung Buyun, who was trying his best to stabilize himself, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. His heart was filled with unwillingness. "You've lost." Fang Chen's voice traveled into everyone's ears. Whoosh! The entire plain was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Fang Chen's fist technique was so domineering that it could send Lung Buyun flying with a single punch. This lad's strength isn't as simple as it seems. Yeah, a new disciple can send Lung Buyun flying with a single punch. He's quite capable. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Lung Buyun's provocation. It turns out that he has nothing to fear. There were different opinions on the plain. "I've lost." Lung Buyun's voice was hoarse as he said in a low voice. After saying this, Lung Buyun turned around and left the Sword Will Canyon. He no longer had the face to continue staying in the Sword Will Canyon. Just after Lung Buyun left, Hua Fei suddenly walked up to Fang Chen. At this moment, Hua Fei's eyes were filled with passion. "Lad, I've investigated you. You're Fang Chen. You're very talented and your strength has also gained my recognition. I need people like you here," Hua Fei said. "As long as you come to me, I can guarantee that no one will dare bully you in the higher regions." Hua Fei added. "Oh, no one will dare bully me? Then you mean that as long as I follow you, I can bully others as I wish?" Fang Chen asked back. Hua Fei was startled, but he soon grinned. There was no need to say such things out loud. "Then I'll go bully the 4 heavenly kings. Can you protect me?" Fang Chen said jokingly. Fang Chen's words immediately shocked the surrounding disciples. Who were the 4 heavenly kings? He actually wanted to bully the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, Hua Fei also realized that Fang Chen was toying with him. His face darkened as he said coldly, "Fang Chen, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm not interested in following you. Furthermore, if I follow you, you won't be able to give me enough benefits." Fang Chen said coldly, "Sorry, I don't want to waste time." With that, Fang Chen found a place to sit down and began to cultivate. Damn it. Seeing this, Hua Fei's heart burned with anger. He swore to himself that he would teach Fang Chen a lesson. The plain was 1,000 meters long. At the end of the plain was the Sword Will Canyon. The sword will there was extremely strong. It was said that even warriors at the peak of the Qi transformation realm could not enter the Sword Will Canyon. Once you got close to the Sword Will Canyon, you would be ravaged by the Sword Will. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the plain, 1,000 meters away from the Sword Will Canyon. Under normal circumstances, disciples at the beginning of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would comprehend the Sword Will at a distance of 1,000 meters. This was because they would not be able to withstand the erosion of the Sword Will if they went any further. Disciples at the middle of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm would comprehend at a distance of 900 meters. Disciples at the peak of the 8th realm, such as Hua Fei, would cultivate at a distance of 800 meters. Of course, there were also some talented disciples who were able to get close to the Sword Will Canyon even though they were not very strong. At a glance, there was only one disciple in the entire plain who was closest to the Sword Will Canyon. This disciple was at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and he was cultivating at a distance of 500 meters from the Swordwell Canyon. The rest of the disciples were all cultivating at a distance of 500 meters. Just as Fang Chen was thinking to himself, there was a sudden uproar on the plain. Countless disciples turned their heads to look. My God, it's actually one of the 8 great kings, Jin Zhitian. I didn't expect him to come to the Swordwell Canyon. Jin Zhitian, one of the 8 great kings. He's usually elusive, but now he's actually in the Swordwell Canyon. It's Jin Zhitian. He's emitting a terrifying aura. He's very strong. Many disciples were shocked. Fang Chen looked over and saw that Jin Zhitian was wearing an ordinary golden robe. His eyes were deep, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. As the crowd discussed, Jin Zhitian's body flashed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jin Zhitian was 500 meters away. However, it wasn't over yet. Jin Zhitian's figure flashed once again, but this time, his speed was much slower. Finally, Jin Zhitian stopped at 400 meters and didn't move forward. Fang Chen was also shocked. He didn't expect any of the 8 great kings to be able to reach 400 meters. So strong. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he looked at Jin Zhitian. He didn't know when he would be able to reach such heights. Jin Zhitian stopped at 400 meters to cultivate, and the rest of the disciples gradually calmed down. Fang Chen was shocked. If the 8 great kings were so strong, then how strong would the 4 heavenly kings be? After that, Fang Chen also began to cultivate. 3 days later, Fang Chen noticed that the golden heart had absorbed enough sword will. He immediately stopped cultivating and left the Swordwell Canyon. As soon as he left the Swordwell Canyon, Fang Chen stood on a mountain peak in the advanced area, ready to go back. However, at this moment, a fragrant smell attracted Fang Chen's attention. Fang Chen looked around. This smell came from a cave on the mountainside. What is this fragrance? Fang Chen wondered. Then, Fang Chen decided to go in and see what it was. After a while, Fang Chen walked to the entrance of the cave. The fragrance was even stronger. Fang Chen took a step and entered the cave. After entering the cave, Fang Chen found that there was another world in the cave. In the center of the cave, there was a pool. There was a clear stream in the pool, and at the top of the cave, there were colorful stones. The entire cave was slightly mysterious. Fang Chen found that the fragrance was coming from the pool. His eyes followed the pool and looked at the center. However, Fang Chen found that there was nothing in the pool. Could it be the stream water? Fang Chen wondered. Then, Fang Chen walked to the edge of the pool. He gently opened his palm and dipped it into the pool. Suddenly, the clear stream water wrapped around Fang Chen's palm. This water. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. However, at this moment, the water in the center of the pool suddenly splashed. The next moment, a human head suddenly emerged from the pool. When the figure in the pool saw Fang Chen, she was also a little stunned. In the next moment, her face was filled with anger. With a flick of her wrist, the waves in the pool covered her body. Splash! When the waves subsided, the figure in the pool disappeared. At the edge of the pool, a woman in white stood there quietly, as if a goddess had descended to the mortal world. However, her face was full of anger. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have been killed countless times. After being stunned for a while, Fang Chen finally realized that he had made a big mistake. He revealed an embarrassed smile and slowly stood up. He cupped his hands and said to the woman in white, "I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't see anything." It would have been better if Fang Chen didn't speak. The moment he spoke, the woman in white became even angrier. "Thief, don't you know that this is my territory? How dare you sneak in and watch me cultivate? I'll dig out your eyes," the woman in white said coldly. At the same time, her body emitted a terrifying aura. Fang Chen saw that the woman in white's face was full of anger and was ready to attack. Run. Chapter 138. You want to leave? Seeing Fang Chen try to escape, the white-robed woman's figure flashed and she appeared behind Fang Chen like a ghost. She reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's clothes. Bang! With a loud crash, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground with his limbs facing the sky. "I didn't mean to look." I was just passing by and was attracted by the fragrance of the creek. Fang Chen struggled to get up, his face full of grievance. Mph, I can tell you're not a good person. The white-robed woman coldly snorted and attacked again. Seeing this, Fang Chen decided not to dodge. Bang! Bang! An hour later, Fang Chen was beaten into a pig's head. He limped out of the cave, his face full of helplessness. She really is a female Tyrannosaurus. Fang Chen couldn't help but say. What did you say? Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a delicate shout suddenly came from within the cave. Fang Chen was so frightened that he started to tremble. Immediately, he started to run. On the way back, many high-level disciples noticed Fang Chen's situation. Their faces were full of smiles. Fang Chen felt extremely ashamed and quickly returned to his courtyard. I wonder who she is. She's so strong, Fang Chen said after returning to his courtyard. Even one of the 8 kings, Jin Zhitian's aura wasn't as strong as that white-robed woman's. Could she also be one of the 8 kings? Fang Chen muttered to himself. In the following period of time, Fang Chen had been diligently cultivating. One day, Fang Chen entered the Sword Intent Canyon to comprehend Sword Intent. The moment he entered the Sword Intent Canyon, a white-robed woman appeared, causing an uproar among the countless disciples on the plains. Fang Chen turned his head to look. When he saw the white-robed woman arrive, his expression changed. He immediately lowered his head, preparing to find a place to hide. Stop! At this moment, the white-clothed woman noticed Fang Chen and shouted. This made Fang Chen want to strangle her to death. I've said it before. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. The white-clothed woman's face was filled with coldness. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the woman in white attacked. After an hour, the woman in white finished beating up Fang Chen. She was no longer in the mood to cultivate in the Sword Intent Canyon, so she turned and left. After the white-clothed woman left, countless disciples on the plain looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Some disciples laughed wildly, while others were puzzled. When Hua Fei saw Fang Chen's appearance, he coldly snorted and jokingly said, "Famich, you don't know what's good for you. You actually dared to offend one of the 4 heavenly kings, Star Beauty." What? She's one of the 4 heavenly kings, Star and Moon? Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. But when he thought about the white-clothed woman's strength, she really was powerful. Fang Chen, you've got guts. You offended Star Beauty and she beat you into a pig's head. Ha ha ha, in the Kamikaze Kenbu, there's not a single disciple who dares to offend Star Beauty. Star and Moon's strength is considered extremely tyrannical amongst the 4 heavenly kings. You offended her, but she only beat you up. Count yourself lucky. Star and Moon is extremely cold to outsiders. Even in the Kamikaze Kenbu, she's extremely secretive. How did you offend her? Many disciples asked with interest. Fang Chen's face was stiff as he left the Sword Intent Canyon. What bad luck. Fang Chen could not help but curse. This damnable woman actually beat him up in front of so many people, causing him to lose all face. One day, I'll surpass you, Fang Chen thought to himself. News that Fang Chen had offended Star and Moon spread throughout the entire advanced district. Countless disciples were discussing it. Star and Moon was the #1 beauty in the advanced district. She had many suitors. When they heard this news, their unified reaction was that Fang Chen didn't want to live anymore. He was courting death. Fang Chen was already depressed enough. But because he was beaten up by Star and Moon, the trouble that followed continued to increase. One day, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm of the Qi transformation realm appeared in Fang Chen's courtyard and said that he wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Fang Chen, get the hell out here. Wu San's voice was very loud, and it directly entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen heard this and walked out of the courtyard. You're Fang Chen, Wu San said coldly. An ant dares to offend the goddess of Star and Moon? Whether I offend Star and Moon or not, I'm afraid it has nothing to do with you, Fang Chen said coldly. HMPH, Star and Moon is the dream lover of countless advanced disciples. If you dare to offend Star and Moon, I, Wu San, will be the first to come after you, Wu San said. Taiyi diffraction blade. After being beaten up by Star and Moon, Fang Chen couldn't fight back. He had a belly full of anger. Now that he was being mocked by Wu San, Fang Chen's anger instantly exploded. The 9th level of the Taiyi diffraction blade was used. An extremely tyrannical sword light pierced towards Wu San. Crash! Countless rays of sword light shot towards Wu San. You're courting death. Wu San snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. A cold light appeared and collided with Fang Chen's sword light. At the same time, Fang Chen's left hand clenched into a fist. He used the solitary void fist and bombarded Wu San's body with a punch. Wu San's body was directly forced back. Damn it! Fang Chen's fist directly enraged Wu San. In the next moment, Wu San used an extremely fierce attack, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen and Wu San instantly fought fiercely. Just as Fang Chen and Wu San were fighting fiercely, a white-clothed woman suddenly came from afar. Her face was full of indifference. While walking, she suddenly noticed the battle between Fang Chen and Wu San. Immediately, her face changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Whoosh! The white-clothed woman waved her hand casually. Suddenly, an invisible force shot towards Wu San. Wu San felt the force behind him. His body flashed, wanting to dodge, but he couldn't. With a bang, Wu San's body staggered. When Wu San stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that the person who attacked him was actually the goddess Star and Moon. Star and Moon, why did you attack me? Wu San was puzzled. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs, Star and Moon said coldly. Star and Moon, get lost. If there's a next time, break one of your arms, Star and Moon said. Hearing Star and Moon's voice, Wu San's face was full of helplessness. In the end, he gave Fang Chen a fierce look and turned to leave. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Star and Moon. Star and Moon coldly snorted and ignored Fang Chen. Looking at Star and Moon's back, Fang Chen touched his nose helplessly. 3 days later, Fang Chen left Kamikaze Kenbu and appeared in the imperial capital. Heavenly Pill Palace, Grandmaster Tian his courtyard. Fang Chen and Grandmaster Tian he were sitting on a stone bench, talking and laughing. Brother Fang, what brings you here? Great Master Tianhe asked with a grin. I'm here to see how the Heavenly Pill Palace's business has been recently, Fang Chen said. Ever since you gave me the Steadying Soul Pills pill formula and the Devil Dragon Flower, I've been refining pills day and night. I finally refined a batch of Steadying Soul Pills, Grandmaster Tian he said. As soon as this batch of Steadying Soul Pills was sold, it attracted unanimous praise. In the following days, I also sent people to collect Devil Dragon Flowers. During this period of time, I finally found a lot of Devil Dragon Flowers. Grandmaster Tian he smiled. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The better the Heavenly Pill Palace's business, the more benefits he would receive. Although he had a lot of spirit stones, Fang Chen felt a headache when he thought about the terrifying absorption speed of the Golden Heart. Now, he only had 1 billion spirit stones left. If the Golden Heart absorbed all the spirit stones, it would be finished in a few times. Brother Fang, here are 2 billion spirit stones. Take it first. Grandmaster Tian he handed Fang Chen a space ring. This was the profit share of the Steadying Soul Pills. Fang Chen nodded and put away the spirit stones. After chatting with Grandmaster Tian he for a while, Fang Chen was about to leave. However, Grandmaster Tian he suddenly said, Brother Fang, in 3 days, there will be a large-scale auction in the imperial capital. Do you want to participate? Yes. A large-scale auction? Fang Chen was puzzled. That's right. This large-scale auction is only held once every 3 years. In 3 days, there will be countless treasures. Perhaps there will be something you need. Grandmaster Tian he said. Moreover, the spirit stones you have now are enough for you to participate. Hearing Grandmaster Tian his words, Fang Chen immediately became interested in the large-scale auction. Can you tell me more about it? Fang Chen asked. This large-scale auction is hosted by the imperial family. It is called the Imperial Capital Auction. Warriors who wish to enter the imperial capital auction must have an invitation letter from the imperial capital auction. Otherwise, no matter how rich or powerful you are, you will not be able to enter. 3 years ago, in the imperial capital auction, there were many treasures that even Chi-Hai warriors were excited about. Even factions from other countries came to participate. Grandmaster Tian, he said. Oh, what will be in the imperial capital auction this time? Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Tian, he shook his head and said, the imperial capital auction is very secretive about the items being auctioned. Before the auction starts, no one knows what treasures will appear. How can I get an invitation letter? Fang Chen asked. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult to get an invitation letter. But if it's your brother Fang, I can easily get one for you. Grandmaster Tian, he said. All right. Then I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Tian he. I'll wait here for 3 days and then go see the legendary imperial capital auction. Fang Chen said. After Grandmaster Tian he bid farewell to Fang Chen, he went to take care of this matter. A day later, Grandmaster Tian he returned to the Heavenly Pill Palace. At this time, he had an invitation letter in his hand. Heavenly Pill Palace's Alchemy Grandmaster Fang Chen. On the invitation letter, there was such handwriting. After Fang Chen read it, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Chapter 139. Fang Chen smiled when he saw the invitation. Master Tianhe really dared to say that he was an alchemist of the Heavenly Elixir Palace even though he knew nothing about alchemy. There were only a few alchemists in the entire Shungfeng nation, and they were all in the alchemy organizations. The Heavenly Elixir Palace had alchemists, the Elixir Pavilion had alchemists, and other alchemy organizations also had alchemists. Moreover, these alchemists were all old men. I don't know anything about alchemy, Fang Chen said. Brother Fang, don't worry. If I say that you're an alchemist of the Heavenly Elixir Palace, no one will doubt it. Even if they doubt it, what can they do? Master Tianhe said. Okay, Fang Chen nodded. Suddenly, Master Tianhe asked, Brother Fang, do you want to learn alchemy? Fang Chen was stunned when he heard Master Tianhe's words. He shook his head and said, my main focus is on martial arts. I don't have time to do other things. Master Tianhe nodded when he heard that. Okay, I'll call you when the Imperial Capital auction starts, Master Tianhe said. At the same time, in the Elixir Pavilion. An elder of the Elixir Pavilion was reporting something to the housemaster. Housemaster, I found something, the elder said. What is it? The housemaster asked. When I went to get the invitation, I met Master Tianhe from the Heavenly Elixir Palace. He also went to get an invitation, but I didn't expect that Master Tianhe would ask for an invitation for someone else, the elder said. Go on, the housemaster said. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be surprised, but the person who asked for the invitation letter is actually an alchemy master. The elder said, and it seems that Master Tian he values that alchemy master very much. At this point, the elder no longer spoke. The housemaster frowned when he heard that. After a long time, he said, Are you saying that the alchemist might be the one who refined those pills behind the Heavenly Elixir Palace? I'm just guessing, the elder said. Go and investigate. This matter is very important. You must investigate it thoroughly. The housemaster said in a deep voice. The Sky Elixir Hall had always announced to the public that the recent series of elixirs had been personally refined by Great Master Tian He. At the time, the people in the elixir building had not thought much of it. Now, they actually found out that there was another alchemy master in the Heavenly Pill Palace, and he was someone they did not know. There was definitely something fishy about this matter. Therefore, the people of the pill building wanted to know the truth. If they were really sure that the alchemy master was the one behind the scenes, their pill building could spend a lot of money to poach him. At that time, the entire Divine Wind Nation's pill market would belong to their pill building. A mere Heavenly Pill Palace, without that master, was nothing. All right, I'll go and investigate. The elder turned around and left. The Imperial Capital auction was about to begin. As time passed, people came and went in the Imperial Capital. The closer it was to the start of the auction, the more crowded it became. When the Imperial Capital auction was about to begin, the entire imperial capital was packed with people. Because of this, the royal family had sent more guards to patrol the streets, afraid that someone would come and cause trouble. On this day, Fang Chen was led by Great Master Tian He to the imperial capital auction house in the center of the imperial capital. Is this the imperial capital auction house? Fang Chen asked. Yes, this is the imperial capital auction house. However, don't be fooled by the number of people here. There are very few people who can actually enter, Great Master Tian He said. The Heavenly Pill Palace only had him and Fang Chen this time. Just as Great Master Tian He was speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly walked over from afar. Great Master Tian He, long time no see. Housemaster Wang. Great Master Tian He greeted him. Fang Chen carefully looked at the housemaster of the pill building. This person had the aura of a superior. Great Master Tian He, who is this? The housemaster asked. This is an alchemy master of the Heavenly Pill Palace, Great Master Tian He said. Hearing this, the housemaster's expression changed slightly. How could there be such a young alchemy master? Great Master Tian He, you must be joking. How could there be such a young alchemy master? The housemaster asked. Housemaster Wang, anything can happen in this world, Great Master Tian He said with a smile. Then, Great Master Tian He led Fang Chen into the imperial capital auction house. As soon as they entered the imperial capital auction house, Fang Chen realized that the imperial capital auction house was much more prosperous than he had imagined. The warriors who entered the imperial capital auction house were either rich or noble. Let's go. Our seats are in the third row, Great Master Tian He said. Then, Fang Chen followed Great Master Tian He and sat in the third row. At this moment, people entered the imperial capital auction house one after another. Fang Chen carefully looked at these warriors. Did you see that? The warriors in the first row are all from the top 10 sect, Great Master Tian He said in a low voice. The top 10 sect was beyond the imperial family of the Shengfeng nation. They were very powerful. The first row of the imperial capital auction house was always reserved for the top 10 sect, while the second row was reserved for some officials of the imperial family. Forces like the Heavenly Pill Palace could only sit in the third row. The seats in the first row were empty. It seemed that the warriors from the top 10 sect had not arrived yet. Time passed by slowly. Soon, all the warriors who participated in the auction had arrived. The top 10 sect had also sent people over. Fang Chen saw an acquaintance in the first row. It was Hua Hen from the Flaming Mountain. The latter also saw Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with anger. It's him, Hua Hen said coldly. Beside Hua Hen, a disciple whispered, Junior brother Hua Hen, do you know him? He's just an ant, Hua Hen said disdainfully. After all the warriors had arrived, the auction was finally about to begin. At this moment, a beautiful auctioneer appeared on the stage. Everyone, I believe that everyone knows that the Imperial Capital Auction House, which is held once every 3 years, is about to begin, the beautiful auctioneer said excitedly. This auction will be better than any of the previous ones. I hope that you can get what you want. Then, the first item was brought up. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her small white hand and lifted the red cloth covering the plate. Suddenly, a fiery red fruit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the first item of this auction, the auctioneer said. The beautiful auctioneer said, the fire essence eye fruit is a very magical fire attribute fruit. It is very useful for martial artists who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. Consuming the fire essence eye fruit will allow a martial artist's fire attribute cultivation method to instantly break through a bottleneck. After hearing the auctioneer's introduction, the eyes of some warriors who practiced fire-based cultivation techniques lit up. Because fire-based cultivation techniques were overbearing and fierce, they were extremely difficult to practice. Under normal circumstances, most warriors would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, this fire essence eye fruit could actually allow a fire-based cultivation technique to break through a small bottleneck. This was absolutely shocking. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the auctioneer said. Just as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone began to call out a price. 11,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such a good item, and you actually bid 11,000? What an insult to the fire essence eye fruit. I bid 20,000. I bid 30,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of the fire essence eye fruit had risen to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, looking at everyone's enthusiasm, the price would continue to soar. Hua Hen, who was sitting in the first row, had a burning look in his eyes. The fire-based cultivation technique he practiced had recently been stuck at a bottleneck. Once he obtained the fire essence eye fruit, he would definitely be able to break through. The fire essence eye fruit is mine, Hua Hen whispered. Seeing the soaring price of the fire essence eye fruit, Fang Chen, who was sitting in the third row, could not help but sigh. The warriors who came to participate in the auction were really crazy. This is nothing. This is only the first auction item. When it comes to the last item, it will be even crazier, Master Tianhe explained. Fang Chen nodded and did not participate in the auction. The fire essence eye fruit was of no use to him, and he did not want to waste his spirit stones. In the end, after a fierce bidding, the price of the fire essence eye fruit was fixed at 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Hua Hen actually got it. Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Originally, the price of the fire essence eye fruit had been raised to 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there were very few people bidding for it. Suddenly, Hua Hen opened his mouth and raised the price to 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had increased the price by 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Of course, many people knew that he was a disciple of the Flaming Mountain, and were unwilling to offend him for a fire essence eye fruit, so they simply did not participate in the auction. After the auction, Hua Hen handed over 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones and got the fire essence eye fruit. Fire essence eye fruit. Hua Hen looked at the fiery red fruit in his hand, his eyes full of passion. The following items were all cultivation techniques. However, most of them were rank 2 cultivation techniques. To Fang Chen, rank 2 cultivation techniques were of no use to him. However, for others, it was different. In the end, these cultivation techniques were also sold at sky-high prices. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 9th auction item. When the 9th auction item appeared, Master Tianhe's eyes lit up. It's the demonic dragon flower, and it's a group, Master Tianhe said excitedly. At the same time, the house master of the Elixir Pavilion's eyes also lit up. For elixir organizations like them, the demonic dragon flower was extremely precious. Someone is actually auctioning the demonic dragon flower. Fang Chen said slightly. Chapter 140. The appearance of the demonic dragon flower caused an uproar in the auction. Countless elixir organizations joined in the bidding for the demonic dragon flower. The heavenly elixir palace must get the demonic dragon flower, Master Tianhe said. The starting bid for the demonic dragon flower is 1 million medium spiritual stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100,000 spiritual stones, the auctioneer said. 2 million medium spiritual stones, Master Tianhe said. I bid 3 million medium spiritual stones, House Leader Wang of the Elixir Pavilion said. This time, the disciples of the top 10 sect did not bid. Although the demonic dragon flower was good, it was useless to them. Soon, the price of the demonic dragon flower was raised to 10 million medium spiritual stones. Fang Chen was speechless. This is crazy, Fang Chen said. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, the price of the demonic dragon flower had risen to 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, there were very few martial artists bidding. Only the pill houses and other large pill organizations were left. When Master Tianhe heard House Leader Wang's bid, he turned his head slightly and looked at House Leader Wang meaningfully. Coincidentally, House Leader Wang also noticed Master Tianhe. He pondered for a while and eventually gave up the bid for the demonic dragon flower. The Elixir Pavilion was in a partnership with the Heavenly Elixir Palace. Once he fell out with Master Tianhe, the Heavenly Elixir Palace would definitely stop their partnership with the Elixir Pavilion. At that time, the Elixir Pavilion would definitely lose in the elixir market. This was not the outcome that House Leader Wang wanted. Forget it, House leader Wang said. Since the elixir pavilion had withdrawn from the bidding for the demonic dragon flower, the remaining elixir organizations could not compete with Master Tianhe. In the end, the price of the demonic dragon flower was fixed at 40 million medium spiritual stones. Master Tianhe also successfully obtained the demonic dragon flower. When he received the demonic dragon flower, his face was full of smiles. The heavenly elixir palace is indeed wealthy. Yes, the business of the heavenly elixir palace has been booming recently. They have an endless supply of spiritual stones. Although the elixir industry is a money-burning industry, as long as they can successfully refine elixirs, many martial artists discussed. The heavenly elixir palace's generosity made them sigh. After the 9th item, it was time for the 10th item. This auction item was a battle axe. The battle axe emitted a strong fiendish aura, indicating that it was a high-ranked Yuan weapon. A high-level Yuan soldier. Fang Chen looked at the battle axe and said softly. Up until now, Fang Chen hadn't found anything that he needed. As for the high-level Yuan soldier, it might be very important to others, but it was of no use to him. With the hidden dragon sword, he no longer needed any other high-grade Yuan soldiers. Just as Fang Chen had imagined, the moment the high-grade Yuan dynasty soldier appeared, it caused a commotion. Countless warriors began to bid. Not long after, the price of a high-grade Yuan soldier had reached 20 million. Normally, 20 million mid-grade spirit stones would be enough to purchase a high-grade Yuan soldier. However, according to the current trend, the final price would be at least 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. 21 million. 22 million. 25 million. Just as someone shouted 25 million, the disciples of the top 10 sect sitting in the first row began to bid. Beside Hua Hen, a disciple in green clothes had a calm look on his face as he raised the price to 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. A disciple of Spectre Valley. Master Tianhe, who was beside Fang Chen, said softly. Spectre Valley? Fang Chen was puzzled. Spectre Valley is also one of the top 10 sect. Among the top 10 sect, they have a good relationship with Flaming Mountain. This disciple should be an inner disciple of Spectre Valley. Master Tianhe said softly. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and carefully sized up the disciple in green from Spectre Valley. Suddenly, Fang Chen realized that this disciple was surrounded by an inexplicable aura that he couldn't see through. After the disciple from Spectre Valley made his bid, some warriors who didn't want to offend the top 10 sect stopped bidding. In the end, the disciple from Spectre Valley won the battle axe with a high price of 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen stretched his back. His face was filled with helplessness. Even though the items in this auction were extremely valuable, there was nothing that he could use. However, just as Fang Chen was stretching his back, the next item appeared. When this item appeared, Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. This item is a stalk of vitality grass. The auctioneer introduced. The vitality grass was a very magical spiritual herb. It was hard to find even one stalk of this spiritual herb in the entire Shengfeng country. If a warrior could consume the vitality grass, his physical body would become extremely strong. The reason why Fang Chen was so excited was because he had cultivated the Qianshu Taoist's third inheritance, the frenzied bull technique, to the great circle of the first stage. He had been stuck at this stage for a long time. If he could obtain the physique grass, he would definitely be able to cultivate the frenzied bull technique to the second stage. The starting bid for the vitality grass is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer said. The crowd was shocked. The starting bid for the vitality grass was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. One could imagine how precious it was. Ha ha ha, I can't believe that I can see a stalk of vitality grass in my lifetime. I bid 15 million mid-grade spirit stones. A warrior laughed wildly. Idiot, the vitality grass is such a precious spiritual herb and you only bid 5 million. How shameful. I bid 40 million mid-grade spirit stones. Just like that, one after another, the price of the physique grass rose to 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in just a short while. This is crazy. Fang Chen frowned and said. Originally, he thought that although the vitality grass was precious, 60 million mid-grade spirit stones should be enough. But now, not only had it exceeded its value, it had exceeded it by a lot. 90 million mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, Fang Chen finally started to bid. Fang Chen's bid attracted the attention of countless disciples in the first row. They were a little puzzled. How could such a young warrior have so many spirit stones? However, after some discussion, they found out that Fang Chen was actually an alchemy master of the Heavenly Elixir Palace. When they found out that Fang Chen was an alchemy master, their eyes changed. Such a young alchemy master was completely different from Master Tianhe. Some of the disciples in the top 10 sect nodded at Fang Chen, wanting to win him over, while others were jealous of Fang Chen. Among them, He Hen was the most obvious. He had a grudge with Fang Chen in the ancient ruins. The inheritance that was about to be in his hands was snatched away by Fang Chen. "Chen-ph, you want the vitality grass? I won't let you have it." He Hen looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. He Hen called out. When the price rose to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, many people started to give up, because the price was beyond what they could afford. It's not worth it to lose everything for a stalk of vitality grass. I give up. That's right, I give up too. I can't afford to play with you. The top 10 sect is rich. You can easily bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. I won't play with you anymore. Such voices rang out one after another. He Hen's eyes revealed a sinister smile. In the end, only Fang Chen and He Hen were left bidding. In the auction house, all eyes were on the two of them. One is a disciple of the Flaming Mountain, the other is an alchemy master of the Heavenly Elixir Palace. I wonder who will get the vitality grass. Countless warriors whispered 110 million. Fang Chen said expressionlessly 120 million. He Hen said, I'd like to see how many spirit stones you have to squander. At this moment, Master Tianhe, who was standing beside Fang Chen, glanced at He Hen with a sneer. What a joke. Competing with Fang Chen in terms of wealth was courting death. Sure enough, after seeing He Hen's provocation, Fang Chen said, since the Flaming Mountain wants to play with me, I'll play with you to the end. I'm just afraid that the Flaming Mountain can't afford to play with me 150 million. Fang Chen raised the price 200 million. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, a cold glint flashed across He Hen's eyes as he spoke. After hearing He Hen's bid, the entire auction house went into an uproar. A stalk of vitality grass was bid for 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was no longer a rational bidding, but a battle of wills. At this moment, all the warriors were looking at Fang Chen, wondering if Fang Chen would continue to raise the price. Even the disciples of the top 10 sect in the first row looked at Fang Chen with interest. There were not many warriors who dared to challenge the Flaming Mountain. Just when everyone thought that Fang Chen would continue to raise the price, Fang Chen grinned and said, since you, He Hen, are willing to pay 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, I'll let you have the vitality grass. After hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone was stunned. It turned out that Fang Chen was trying to trick He Hen. Didn't you just say that you'd play with me to the end? He Hen shouted angrily. Are you a fake idiot or a real idiot? How could you believe what I said? Fang Chen said disdainfully. I just wanted to trick you. Fang Chen's words made He Hen furious, but there was nothing he could do. When the auction is over, I'll teach you a lesson, He Hen said coldly. After that, the staff handed the vitality grass to He Hen, who reluctantly took out 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. Damn it! He Hen cursed in his heart. Because of Fang Chen, he had lost 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. How was he going to explain it to the Flaming Mountain when he returned? Fang Chen, do you have a grudge against the Flaming Mountain? Master Tianhe asked in a low voice. I have a personal grudge with He Hen, Fang Chen replied. Master Tianhe did not say anything. He nodded slightly and continued to bid. Chapter 141. As time went by, the auction reached its most intense moment. The following auction items were all extremely precious. Some of the cultivators who hadn't bid before also began to bid. When the 15th auction item appeared, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. That was because this auction item had caused the golden heart to slightly throb. This is. Fang Chen was puzzled. The 15th auction item is a broken sword. This broken sword seems to have been passed down from ancient times. It contains a monstrous fiendish aura. The starting bid is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be lower than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, explained the auctioneer. Fang Chen discovered that this broken sword was almost the same as the one he had found in the bottomless abyss. It was no wonder that the golden heart was rapidly throbbing. Is the golden heart trying to absorb the energy within the broken sword? Asked Fang Chen. As if it had heard Fang Chen's words, the golden heart was rapidly throbbing, as if it was responding to Fang Chen. After sensing the golden heart's reaction, Fang Chen made up his mind to bid for this broken sword. It's just a broken sword. I don't know how powerful it is. Who would want it? Cried someone. Yeah, 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for a broken sword is not worth it. At this moment, countless cultivators in the auction house were voicing their doubts. Even the disciples of the 10 great sects were shaking their heads. Although this broken sword had been passed down for a long time, because it had been broken, it had lost all of its spiritual energy. Even if it was bought back, it wouldn't be of much use. For a moment, no one was bidding. This scene made the auctioneer a little anxious. Back then, the appraiser of the auction house had said that this broken sword was extraordinary. Although it had lost all of its spiritual energy, due to its age, it might be hiding some unspeakable secret. Everyone, although this sword has lost all of its spiritual energy, it might be hiding some heaven-shaking secret. Everyone, please don't miss this opportunity. The auctioneer did her best to say this. Hearing her words, everyone shook their heads. It was obvious that the auctioneer was worried that the broken sword wouldn't be sold, so she deliberately said this. If there was a shocking secret, it would have been discovered by your auction house long ago. One look and I can tell that it's a useless sword. Even if I buy it, I'll just keep it. It's not worth it. That's right. I don't think anyone would be willing to be a sucker and buy this broken sword. In the auction house, countless cultivators had different opinions. There were even some cultivators who were clamoring to quickly take away the broken sword and place it down as an auction item. On the stage, the beautiful auctioneer's eyes were filled with helplessness. She looked around, hoping that someone would bid. However, after looking around, she didn't see anyone offering a price. In the end, she felt helpless and prepared to let someone take the broken sword away. At this moment, a voice rang out, causing the beautiful auctioneer to be extremely excited. I bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, the beautiful auctioneer felt as if she had heard the sound of nature. Fang Chen had saved her life. In such a large auction like the Imperial Capital's auction house, if no one was interested in an auction item, it would definitely affect their reputation. That was why she didn't want to see such a thing happen. She had originally thought that such a situation would occur in this year's Imperial Capital's auction. But now it seemed that she didn't have to worry about it. This young master has bid 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else? The beautiful auctioneer's sexy voice rang out in everyone's ears. Countless martial artists looked at Fang Chen as though they were looking at an idiot. Sitting in the first row, Hua Hen had an impulse to bid, but he was worried that he would be conned by Fang Chen. In the end, he held back. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going once. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going twice. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones going thrice. The auctioneer waved her hammer, signifying that the deal had been struck. When Fang Chen saw this scene, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Surprisingly, no one was competing with him for the broken sword. In the end, Fang Chen successfully obtained the broken sword at the price of 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The moment he obtained the broken sword, Fang Chen felt the strange movement of the golden heart. But he put the broken sword into his interspatial ring. Now that he was in public, his secret would definitely be exposed if others saw him. I'll absorb it when there's no one around, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After that, Fang Chen continued to participate in the auction. The next item is the third to last item of this year's auction, the beautiful auctioneer said with a smile. As she spoke, the beautiful auctioneer took out an elixir. The color of the elixir was very bright, and the quality was perfect. This is a supreme grade origin level elixir, the Heavenly Heart elixir. Our auction house paid a hefty price to obtain it. It's very valuable. Cultivators above the 7th level of the Chi transformation realm can instantly break through their bottleneck after consuming the Heavenly Heart elixir. For cultivators, it's a dream elixir, the beautiful auctioneer explained. The appearance of the Heavenly Heart elixir caused an uproar in the auction house. Countless cultivators were excited. Of course, the most excited were the 10 Great Sect. At this moment, Hua Hen's eyes were filled with excitement. It's the Heavenly Heart elixir, ha ha ha. Hua Hen was extremely excited. The starting price of the Heavenly Heart elixir was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As countless cultivators bid, the price of the Heavenly Heart elixir quickly rose to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, this was not the end. The price continued to soar. When the price rose to 150 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hua Hen began to bid. 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. My flaming mountain needs this Heavenly Heart elixir. I hope everyone can give me some face, Hua Hen said. We need it too, the disciples of the 10 Great Sect said. 210 million. 220 million. 230 million. 300 million. When Yu Xingquan of the Ghost Valley called out the high price of 300 million mid-grade spirit stones, the other cultivators were finally shocked. Damn it! Hua Hen was extremely angry, but he did not show it on his face. In the end, Yu Xingquan of the Ghost Valley won the Heavenly Heart elixir for 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. This time, Fang Chen did not participate in the bidding. This was because the Heavenly Heart elixir was only effective for cultivators of the 7th realm and above. He was only at the 5th realm. I wonder if the last 2 items will surprise me, Fang Chen said softly. After the Heavenly Heart elixir was sold, the next item to be auctioned was the second last item. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage took out a scroll and slowly unfurled it. The second last item of this auction is a scroll. Everyone, please do not underestimate this scroll, the beautiful auctioneer said. This is because our auction house's master appraiser has identified this scroll as a treasure map left behind by a Chi High Realm cultivator. Because of the uniqueness of this scroll, our auction house's master appraiser has also tried to examine it, but to no avail. However, they all agree that this scroll is definitely a treasure map. The starting bid for the scroll is 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. The bidding will now begin, the beautiful auctioneer said. Although it was only a simple introduction, it completely ignited the excitement in the hearts of countless cultivators. Many powerful cultivators released their soul power to examine the scroll. They discovered that there was a layer of restriction on the scroll. Treasure map. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. However, after seeing the rapid beating of his golden heart, Fang Chen decided to participate in the bidding. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. 30 million mid-grade spirit stones. 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. In a short while, the price of the scroll had risen to 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. The speed at which the price soared made countless cultivators sigh. 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hua Hen said. Ever since he was cheated by Fang Chen, Hua Hen had been very careful with his bidding. After discovering the scroll, Hua Hen decided to get it at all costs. This way, he would be able to atone for his mistake when he returned to the Flaming Mountain. 210 million, Yu Xingquan said. 250 million, the other disciples of the top 10 sect shouted. 300 million. The top 10 sect is really rich. Competing with them is like seeking death. Yeah, let's just give up. If there really is a treasure map in this scroll, we won't be able to keep it. Damn it. If only I was as rich as the top 10 sect. Some of the weaker and less wealthy cultivators began to give up. As time passed, more and more people gave up. In the end, the bidding turned into a battle between the top 10 sect disciples. The top 10 sect disciples were not afraid of each other. The entire auction house was in chaos. 400 million mid-grade spirit stones, Hen shouted. As soon as Hen made his bid, the other sect disciples increased their bids. This made Hen speechless. After a quarter of an hour, the price was still soaring. However, some of the top 10 sect disciples had also given up. In the end, only the Sky Blade sect and the Flaming Mountain were left competing. Tian Yidao, can you let me go to the Flaming Mountain this time? Hen asked. He saw a young man in grey clothes in the first row, holding a saber in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. My bottom line is 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you bid higher, I'll give up, Tian Yidao said. Hen pondered for a moment. Then, he made up his mind and made a bid of 510 million. Hearing Hen's bid, Tian Yidao gave up decisively. This young master has made a bid of 510 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer asked. At this moment, Hen's eyes were filled with excitement. Although the price was a little high, it was still not bad to be able to obtain this scroll. However, just as Hen was feeling pleased with himself, a voice rang out.